Hello, Internet, and welcome to the Floof stream. This is a very special Floof stream, y'all. I think we're going to probably leave this camera on for the most of the time. I am going to put a screen capture in here because we have a... Or do I have my desk display capture set up? Let me see. Oh, there we go. We'll just use this. Boop. That's got the today's dress code gray with a bit of susness. Hello, hello. I will have Yotaka on voice here in a moment. But let's get started here with the usual. I got Firefall, I see Darth Knight, I see Sniff. There's Yotes in chat. Let's see here. There's Ronin, there's Black Cat. We will probably have James, aka the Sweet from RPG Site, joining us. Hey, Sonic Boom. Because I think he's been chomping at the bit for a really good discussion. And Arbiter, you want to talk some shit? We're going to talk some shit. Yeah, we are. Hi, Miss Madam. So, actually, I think we might do the main stream screen just so you can see the Millinote window here that you see on the side right there. You can get a good look at it. We're going to be using Millinote, which is the same software that I used with the East 10 stuff. Millinote is a really good prototyping tool. It allows you to do mood boards, all sorts of things. It's really, really cool. Hashtag not sponsored. I should be. What?
Should just get a plug right there.
Miss Madam. Hi. You just did trouble. You just did trouble while you were being really sweet, and then you cause problems. That's what you do, isn't it? You cause problems. Look at her. She's trying to be so... Or did Evie eat the string? That is a very good thought. What do you think, Sniff?
What?
Corkboard with red string? Evie probably ate the string.
Yeah.
Wow, this right there.
What?
Like right in that fucking area?
No. Over there. On the mats.
You haven't done a mess there in a long time, baby girl. She got the royal treatment? Yeah, she did. Okay, Miss Madam, I need to put you down. I need to put you down because I'm going to have to use both my hands and I can't hold you. You know that, right? But Mom, your true purpose in life is just to hold me and love me. Because that's what I am. I'm a cute little puppy. All hail the living Saint Nina of the Septian Church. Okay, Miss. You know they're all here for me, Mom. Yeah, they all are. Okay, can I put you down? That is a big ass nope. Can I please put you down?
Nope, she's still sentenced in here.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just get Yotes on voice and we'll go from there while I'm holding on to her. This has been an Eevee stream ever since she arrived. I know, right? Alright. Let's do this. We good? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, there we are. Let me fiddle with a few things, try to even out volume there. Alright. Miss Madam. Miss Madam is still required to stay in the office. Because Sniff is busy cleaning up outside.
Cleaning up her last mess?
Yeah. She just made one, like right when we turned our backs, like 3 minutes ago. Like right before the stream. Or right before I came on camera. Miss Madam.
So she's a factory strider and a stalker.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Miss Madam. Yeah, baby girl. Oh, okay. And she's trying to be like, but Mom. With her being sweet right now. Oh, okay. All right. I guess we're doing this. Kurgan!
Also, hello, Floof Stream. I'm here and I have salt with me.
I see Kurgan, the first time chatter. Been enjoying your Trails live streams ever since I beat Sky through Reverie and along with Daybreak. Oh my goodness. What? It's all Eevee streams always has been, yeah. Miss Madam. Thank you. Welcome to the channel, Kurgan. Let's see here. I thought I saw someone else pop in, but... Alright, right. Sonic Boom. Hey! We've got Sonic Boom with the tea. Spilling tea. That's what we're going to be doing today, I think. Can I put you down so I can actually switch scenes? No? Oh my god, this baby. What is this? But this is going to be a space where we can discuss regardless of spoilers, since everything is now open from first chapter all the way. Oh, I didn't miss you. Okay. Hello. Maybe I did call you out. I'm just so distracted by Puppy.
Just making sure that he's in the spot.
Okay. Can I put you down now, madam? She just settled harder into my arms when I asked her that.
Luffy?
Yes.
Luffy? You are Frisk, and Eevee is Kara.
Oh my god.
When did you think that you were in control?
Miss Madam. The Kiseki series is an open book, but with pages upon pages of unfinished pages. Yep. Firepaw says that's the real question. Yes. Yes, it is. She's very happy. Oh, man. I've got to work. I've got a whole bunch of projects to work on with Kiseki Crack right now because I'm doing some fixes to it. She has opinions and ideas about Kiseki Crack, too. Do you, Eevee? You have opinions about Kiseki Crack?
She probably wants to know if it tastes good.
Yeah.
Yes, crack is delicious, Eevee.
Yeah. Arbiter says she looks so comfy and she knows. Yes. Are you shifting? You ready to? Oh my god, she's shifting even more. She's like settling even more now. I have committed myself to a whole new life, I guess. Darth Knight says Eevee Nielsen did nothing wrong. Is that what you think? You think Nielsen did nothing wrong? Is that the truth? Thank you, Yotes. Because I sure as hell can't fire it off right now. Are you done? Are you done? You want up? You want down? Oh. There we go. Or she is the holy beast of redacted. Alright, let's see this. We'll go over to the main game screen. Let's see here. Oh wow, that's the wrong monitor on there. It is detecting the other monitor. There we go. I have to probably resize this because it's ginormous. All right. All right. Look at this. We're doing this live. I'm so not prepared. But I mean, that seems to fit because I was not prepared for Kai. No,
nobody was.
Nobody was, yeah. All right. I think that works. Okay. And it's oh god, a file of conflict. It was just my Discord window, that's all. All right. Where's... I am losing windows. There we are. All right. So here we go. We have Milanote. Like I said, Milanote's a great application for this kind of stuff. It's free to use. They really should have me be they should sponsor me because I use it on here all the time. It's free to use. Professional streamer. Hashtag not an ad, we promise. Yeah. It's free to use. We'd use it in the Claria foil hat discussion channel because that's where my big East 10 thing is on here. So, Lord of the Rings. So it I bet you if I click this, it'll open up on that window. Let's see. Yes! Look at that. Perfect. All right. So, I guess the best place to begin is the ending.
Which is also the beginning.
Yes, it is. Well, that was indeed an ending. And I think my favorite... I mean, I do like the fact that I think something that Sweet has told me, and I agree with him on this. Anya's. And before everything is written in redacted script. Oh, we're fine on that. Sweet mentioned this earlier is that, or James mentioned this earlier, is that it feels like we kind of know the direction the game is going to the end now, which is really exciting. So we actually, I feel like we have the end of the series in sight. And I think that's really cool. And terrifying. I can't, it's hard to believe that we're at that point. Yep.
Yeah, we only have 2 Septarian left to account for.
I know.
Well, okay, 3. There is kind of the sword of Damocles that is Leguarn's fist.
I'm pulling out notes that we can throw in here.
But it's okay, Floofy. You know, I actually know the name of the next Septarian.
Oh, you do?
Yep. It's in chat.
The fuck is that? Grab that. Rude. But it's not in here now.
DK, why is Leguarn such a dick? Because it's an epithet of Loki. And Loki, as we all know, is the god of mischief.
Yep. Unless the Wind and Water Septarians have been working in the background of the Calvard games. I mean, I guess this basically destroys my theory that the Graalritter have been hiding the Time Septarian this whole time. Just seeing that get completely destroyed.
So, Floofy, would you like to know something really funny, speaking about that?
Oh, yes, please.
So, the last, let's see, 3 years now, anytime I've seen any discussion where someone said, you know, I don't think that Calvert has time, it's too obvious. I've been kind of laughing because I did some data mining of Kuro.
Oh my god.
And do you remember that bit where Bear is talking in distorted text in, was it the park?
Mm-hmm.
So she actually says in one of those lines, a Septarian of time. They left it in the voice file, what she was actually saying.
Oh, wow.
So that, it's like, yeah, I've kind of known that one for a while.
Oh, wow. That's actually kind of cool. Are they doing so there was another, was it like a dummied out file and they just had a different one?
No, actually, it's in the voice file. There's just like a little margin note to the line. So it shows like the word text, and then there's a thing next to it just saying, here's what you should be saying.
Oh, that's crazy. That's really crazy.
Give me a second. I think that I can, I think I'll get an image of that somewhere that I can put up on inventory, just kind of to show it.
Miss Madam. Well, if I recall, wasn't Thomas revealed to be a Dominion in like CS1 in the files, in the data mine files?
It wouldn't surprise me given how much stuff was like from 2 was in there.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing it myself, but it could be.
Wow, Sniff. Wow, just Evie. Are you that scared of the vagrant that you refuse to go outside? Is that what it is? She's head tilting like you would not believe right now.
I mean, if it's a vagrant diaspora, I'd be scared too.
Oh, yeah.
Or Zion, or whichever one you want to go with.
All right, there we go. I've got a column for destroyed theories. You can't chew on that box. I know you really want to. I know you really, really want to. You really, really want to. Evie, do you want to chew on that box? Are you wanting to chew on that? Is that what you want? Do you want the box, Evie? Do you want to chew on the
She thinks that you can chew on it because it's Lagyarn's box.
Is that what it is? I got another head tilt with that one too. Come here. I'm trying to get her to come over to me and she's just staring at me. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's put this to blue. Let's put this to red. All right. No. Let me also do something here real quick while you look that up. Hold on a sec. What are you doing? All right.
That is a good question, PK.
I know Anya's is gone, but are the Genesis gone too? Let's make a column of questions. Bug flying around in here. We will make this pink. It's actually a good question. I feel like that's something to go back and look at the way they do the scene, because I didn't think about that. Ronan says we won't know until the next game or the Van's final episode. Also, hey Richie. Hey Flippy, I also have things to say. Yelp. All right, I will make a... Hey, look, I'm making our first red line.
Okay, and I finally located that thing, so give me just a second.
There we go. I'm glad Nina didn't at least do anything wrong aside from sin. Dr. P, what a stream to hit 160 on. I know, right? I'm glad Nina didn't do anything wrong aside from send Kevin to kill Hamilton. Black Cat says, I think the Genesis like the Infinity Stones. That's a good question, too. Or good comment, I think. You're jinxing it now. I just added to my note with like, is this something we can see when looking at the ending again? Maybe watch the ending with unclouded eyes or something. I know what I did there.
You know what you did there.
I know what I did there. My question with Anya's transformation, is she even human anymore, and can she even turn back? That's also a really good question. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's this. Okay. Oh wow. Look at that.
Yep. It's right there.
Look at that.
Oh, and actually, right next to that is a very interesting thing, too.
This one right here? To the right?
Yep. So just to the right of Septarian of Time.
Yeah, that's,
That is Bear talking about herself.
Yeah.
She is the Guardian Administrator of the Septarian of Time, whatever that means.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to grab this and I'm going to put that in the file.
Arbiter, we have no idea how far back the reset goes. My theory, and this is just a theory, is that the whole wedge thing that the Remnant were doing was basically setting some kind of time parameter. So it's going to be more like a couple of days than a year. But we don't know.
Oh, that is interesting too. I didn't think about that. All right. Da, 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 da. I will put this in its own. We're just going to throw this into a column. It's going to shrink the image down, but whatever.
So DK asked, is that enough time to formulate a plan? So I think the answer is actually yes, because if you remember, before all the shit went down, everyone was telling Gramhart, can't we just stop and talk about this?
Yes.
And Renee was basically, nah.
Pretty much.
But the thing is, we know the reset was supposed to happen at the Grand Conjunction, which was like the next month.
Yeah.
So we had weeks of time before it was going to happen anyways.
And we accidentally triggered everything to start happening in super speed, pretty much.
Yeah, basically, Leg Yarn did not like getting nuked at all. So yeah, a couple of days isn't enough, but if we, we have enough time, basically, as long as Levitain doesn't go on as it did.
Has anyone done the math of how many total years it's been, counting all the resets, with one reset possibly being minimum 1,209 years? I mean, I can do that real quick.
I have not. Yeah, I can do that really quickly, though.
We can do that real quick. Hang on.
Okay, 19. Okay, I'm just going to say 1,200. That is just shy of 24 million years.
Yeah, 19,999 resets of 1,209 years is 24,178,791 years. There you go. You can see the math right on the sidebar there. Total. Of course, here, I'll do it again so you guys... Ta-da. Let's see here. Floofy doing maths. I'm okay with a calculator. I know how to use a calculator, Ronin. It's doing it in my head that messes me up. Let's see here, Darth Knight. So rule number 1, don't let Gramhart do Startaker. Ronin, I mean, in my experience, most godlike entities don't like being nuked. No, they do not.
Actually, this is a good time for me to bring out one thing that I made as copium during the whole immediate finishing of the game.
Oh, no.
There you go.
That's great. I can't believe Rain got slapped 24 million times, Moraine.
No, I mean, technically, he wouldn't have experienced... That's the number of years. So he would have gotten slapped, let's see, 19,999 times.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the 24 million is the total years of that time loop if they were minimum 1,209 years. And there's
we know that some are more.
Yeah, there's some are more. We also had the possibility, hell, there's probably some that were significantly less, too.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I had to bring up something that James had told me once at one point. Suddenly, the term artifact has a very new meaning to it.
Yeah, because they kind of... Novartis kind of brings up, like, what are artifacts? Well, when something has survived a time loop, how many times?
Mm-hmm. Who would even be an antagonist in the next game? The church? Oh, I don't. That's interesting.
I mean...
Yeah, if you send something to me,
the big Septarian.
Yeah, the big Septarian itself is probably the antagonist.
But I think it's also a fair bet that AD is going to show up again, and they're probably going to be antagonists because they seem like they want the world their way, and they're like, we're going to get our way.
Mm-hmm.
Or Renee is going to fuck your shit up again.
Time Loops Falcom has a perfect excuse for hair mechanics. Sneaky Falcom. Sneaky. Wow, that is... Suddenly that makes all the difference of, like, who does Reen pick have a whole new meaning, too.
So, Floofy, I can't remember, did you ever watch or read Haruhi?
Wait, which one? Oh, Haruhi? No, Haruhi? I didn't.
So, there's this one arc that is, like, I think everyone hated the adaptation of it in the anime, but it's a time loop.
Oh, wow.
And it's the last 8 days of their summer vacation.
Wow.
And at one point...
I just need to point out this that BZ sent.
Oh, God.
Wow. Let's see.
Anyhow, I'm expecting there's going to be a scene like in that story where one character who doesn't get her memory reset basically tells them, we have looped this many times, here's the number of times that we've learned that we're in a loop, here's the number of times that this happened and that happened. Like, at some point we're going to get this many attempts to destroy the Septarian were made. It just seems like the kind of thing they'll do.
It does, yeah. And I think I've seen several people bring this up, that they think that Legion might be the location of the final dungeon of the next game. I'm like, that. Yes, please. That would be so cool. I've seen
that. I really like that theory
because I think having the final dungeon be the Septarian of Time has the ability to let us revisit shit constantly and be a goddamn mind trip. Yes, please.
And I do like, I forget who came up with it first, but the theory that the Genesis and Agnes together are the equivalent to the keys to open it from the myth. Mm-hmm. Because the original myth says that it was a box with 9 locks. So 8 plus 1.
Yep. What do you mean not 6 plus wait? Sorry, I had to make that.
Well, that's fair after we tormented you with the 6 plus 1 doors in the observatory.
Yeah. Could the penultimate dungeon with the final be somewhere in the beyond? I wouldn't be surprised on that. So only time inside Zemuria bubble reset, right? So what did it look like from the outside for over 24 million?
Have you ever seen the Stargate episode Window of Opportunity?
Yes! That's such a great one to bring up for this.
Because I think it would look like that.
Yeah.
The rest of the universe is like, what the fuck happened here?
Yep.
DK asks, what was going on with Yume at the end there? Did you notice the color of her eyes during that sequence?
Yep.
That's only happened once before, and that's when Yume, Mare was possessing her. So I think that Mare did that again for reasons.
The real question is McBurn going to show up in the next game, and if so, is he Nayuta? I think we just had Nayuta, the whole Nayuta reference series just completely shot out the window. I don't think we can see. I mean, I know James will talk left and right on that one because he's got something specific about that, and I think we could probably save that for him when he gets here. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring him on, because he did it for the review for RPG Site, and he's got a lot to say. Floofy took Nayuta out back and shot it 19,999 times, or Falcom did, yeah. Miss Baby, hi. But I mean, I think again, the theory that I had for the longest time, and it was like, if there was a connection to Nayuta, it was a very minor one, and nothing like we would see for me. You can tell that I'm just asking up. Miss Madam. Yeah, I'm watching you. I have, for those who don't know, I have, for basically everyone here actually, I have a bunch of boxes here on the floor because I just set up some stuff on my other side of my desk. And Evie is very intrigued by these boxes. I feel like one of them's about to become a chew toy. I did catch her the other day earlier today trying to walk off with the tissue box that I just replaced. Because it
becomes a chew toy around Evie.
Oh yeah.
Can't fit in her mouth. She will chew on it.
She loves cardboard. Like, absolutely loves cardboard. That's one of her favorite things right now. She also likes baseboards, sideboards. Firefall says, Fliff, do you remember when I was replacing my floor? Yes. Oh no. It's okay, Ronan. I totally get waking up and all that. Mana and Leo used to love unwrapping my flooring. Well, Evie is currently licking the floor, and I don't know what that means. Hi. Yes, I'm talking about you. Hi. Anyway, let me put the notes about this voice file thing here real quick. Um,
And Ronan has a very good question. So jumping on that Agnes from earlier, and what she did, do you think that's like what they similar to what Roselia and Franz did at the end of CS4? And does that make the Claudels the elder family of the Time Tribe?
ooh.
That is I really like that theory.
I do too.
Because it seems very much like kind of the Sacrament program, except they can't really stop it, just redirect it a bit.
Yeah, that's actually, I think that's an incredibly good thought about that with her. Ooh. All right, I've got the notes added about the voice file comment there. Now I just want to... Hey, Salam, how are you? Let's see here. So, let me make that addition here from here. Oh goodness, come on. Let me screenshot the comment so that we can make sure Ronan has credit for this. Thank you.
Dr. P, I think the answer to that question is yes.
Well, actually, I had something to sniff about that recently. About that barrier. Seeing the Zoa Gilstein thing. I was telling Sniff that, like, what is the barrier? Is there just to basically... You should listen to Hell's Theory on transhumanism. The first reset? Oh, I probably should. That would probably be a good read, especially now. I mean, I'm going to be going through and reading all the theories again here soon because I've got to go in and work on Kiseki Crack anyway. I've got a lot of big changes I'm working on the back end of it. Terminator is the reason why the Time Septarian went into auto fire. There we go. I just put...
Yes, it basically is Arbiter.
Yep.
Basically, he, Crow, and theoretically Milliam were basically able to see the real sky because they'd seen it in another timeline.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Sin being singularity. I didn't even think about that. I need to actually sit down and reread Sunshine Anya's. I hadn't reread it yet.
Oh, I reread it before this game because I thought, okay, we're going to get the explanation. And then we got an explanation. That went nowhere.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all on that. So how long was Renee holding on to all that? That's a good question too, actually.
I had so much hopium that, okay, we have this medallion. Give it to the other Anya. Okay, great. She'll show up and we'll resolve things. Nope.
It was Sophie that wrote it. That's the new theory.
That does make sense because she does say in that memento she wants to write a letter. It's like maybe she thought, yeah, I've got a better idea.
Also, so you remember how you get the true ending of CS4 if you're in the final dungeon without doing the side quest? Yeah, I can't explain it over Twitch, but yeah, Yotes hit on it, yep. I'm still hoping the amulet will either be relevant next game, but then I'm pretty sure, I bet it's going to be relevant next game.
I mean, optional stuff has become relevant, like all the Connect events from Kuro 2.
Yep.
All of them get referenced in Kai, even though they're optional, technically.
Yep. That's actually really interesting that they made that, that's... Let's see, her warning about those that would steal her powers, like Storndike and Val... Yep. As seen with that optional quest, that fucking broke me. Optional, there we go. I mean, it's like looking at New Game Plus revealing Thomas. Optional content in Kiseki has never been optional. The choices in Daybreak affected Viola and Alexander. Yeah, that was... I was sitting there, I'm like, that's going to affect it, isn't it? And it's just like, no, it's fine. And then bullshit.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, okay, Alexander was dead and Viola was not in that screenshot, I'm like, okay, that's what I did. They must be tracking this. And then I went online to look for like another video, and they showed a different result. It's like, okay, yep, definitely.
The very best plot. The bigger question is, because of the resets, does that mean Anton has found his true love? Oh, poor Anton.
I mean, there could be a timeline where he did end up with Fran. You never know.
Yep.
I mean, Noel would murder him about 10 minutes afterwards, but...
Richie says, I can't wait to really pay attention to Daybreak 2. Yeah, this is gonna be actually the really fun part about this is that I played Kai before Daybreak 2 came out in English. And I think that's gonna be really fun to actually go through. Especially because it's really strange that I have big old gaps in my memory of Daybreak 2. Like massive holes in it. And I still blame it on the surgery, because after that surgery, everything just kind of, I have to be a lot more careful about writing shit down and stuff to make sure I remember them down the line. So, I
mean, you were storing memories in your spleen. That's as simple as it gets.
Let's see here.
Yeah, DK had a good one. Wondering what's up with Remnant Olympia.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you noticed, Floofy, but right before the end of Kevin's last chapter, there was a comment about how the doll and the armor were missing from the arc, which is obviously supposed to be the Glorious because it's directed to Lucrezia. So I think that someone stole, the artifacts from there for some reason, and that's what they're equipping themselves with. So I don't think that's actually like our Olympia and Ariok. They're like some other timeline Olympia and Ariok.
Oh, that is interesting. Huh. Harwood's, it's showtime in English.
By the way, it was not just my imagination. He was much more energetic in that quote in Kai, wasn't he?
Yes, oh yes, he was. But now that all that...
yes, Ron, that's my guess, at least, of what they mean by remnants.
What are you doing? What are you doing, baby girl? I turn around and Evie just freezes, looking at me like, oh shit, it's the fuzz. And she's just staring at me like, I didn't do nothing. The whole reason that made me look back at her is because I heard a thunk against my desk. Okay, there we go. Now she's settling down in the blanket. Anyway, let's see here. Fun fact, if you did Reroute before Kevin, you will get a scene referencing in the talk about the armor and the doll. Huh. Interesting.
That might then be why I saw it, because that's the way that I did it. Was Reen, Kevin, Van.
Yeah, and I mean, then there was that whole weird ass shit that happened. Those boxes are shredded. You just don't know it yet. No, I see the boxes. They're right here. She's on the other side of them. There were one-off comments. Yeah, depending on how you do the routes. Yep. I mean, I still don't know what caused me to not see Yun Cafe that one time. I mean, the only thing I can really think of at this point is maybe it was a bug.
That, or you just timed it out. Like there's some particular window and you hit it before going to check.
Before Kai released the theory about the remnants, was that they were the ASO from Dead End Timelines in Kuro 2. So are the remnants let me get back there. A version of those characters, not particularly this Timelines. Let's see here. Oh, I moved too far in the main quest. Okay, cool.
I'm guessing that because it melted and turned to stone, I don't think you're getting a Hermes back from that thing, whichever one you try and mess around with. I think she's very, very dead. But then time gets rewound, so it doesn't really matter.
Tell you, it's fuck off. We are getting horny girl back.
Hey, I didn't say we don't get Horny Girl back, because time's gonna reset. She's gonna be back. You just have to tell her, look, take your new boy toy Reen with you up to space. And maybe take your mutual girlfriend Shizuna. Because I guess we need her to deal with the Black God, too.
Yep. Hey, Drac.
Ronan. Sorry. So
Drac will be back to take both.
There's something that Floofy did not see, which is the challenge battles in Grimgarten.
Oh, yeah.
Dantes is in one of those.
He's in one of those? Okay. That just gives me reason to dig out the game on stream one of these days again. I remember I did spot something about it, and I'm like, oh, I've been way too busy to actually dig into this more.
Yeah, I did not do a ton of that optional garden content. I just did, like, the floors, gotcha, and Missing Fifth.
Hey, Mario! Yeah, I need to go through that. There's still stuff I need to see. I mean, I'm also prepared to, if we need to, swap the screen over and pull up the PS5. That's all prepared and ready to go, too. Because I was like, we could discuss things while I play through garden shenanigans again. But then I'd be way too distracted if I did that.
Oh, that reminds me. Let me just do something here for funsies.
Oh, no, for funsies? Wait, what? Oh, wow. Wait, what is just... these are the ones that you put in preemptively, aren't they?
No, these are the ones that I forgot to unblock at the right time or you missed.
Oh, okay. So we have 5th Anguis, Walter 5th. Not telling us anything useful about the 5th, are you, Falcom? No, of course not. And Kilika bringing the mom energy.
That's from the Hot Spring episode where Zin and Walter start doing their thing, and Kilika just says no.
Let's see here. What are the biggest things we've been cooking that you missed? I mean, we've basically just been... The big thing... Oh, what does Hamilton need with a sword at the end?
That one, too.
I think this one right here is the big... I really think the voice file thing is a really big surprise so far that, it's brought in. I'll bring up the image here again. This is actually straight out of... You said... This is Kuro 1, right?
Yep.
They actually have notes in the voice file that explain the distorted text in the garden scene with Mare, where it actually straight up says that one of the terms is the Septarian of Time, and looks like the other next to it here is Guardian Administrator. So, what, Miss? What are you? I swear she's a ninja. Evie just tried to climb up my chair. I turn around to look. She's not there, and she's not even in the fucking room anymore. Thank you, Yotes. I mean, it sounds that way. That's what I think, Sonic.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no other candidate other than Mare, really.
Yeah.
And there's also that interesting thing where Thorndike said, I wish we had Mare's help. We could have made more precise predictions, or accurate predictions.
Yep.
Like, I wonder why.
Oh, hey, look, James is around. Let's grab him in. I'll go ahead and kill this call, and we'll swap over to there. Easy peasy. Hello, James.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
Doing fine. Sorry for being a bit late. I legitimately completely forgot, and then my parents invited me to dinner. I was like, ooh.
No, going out to dinner with parents is important. Absolutely take that over this. So, we've just basically been kind of more shooting the shit than anything else. Dr. P says happy despair because of stuff. We've got a lot of things going on in chat.
Yeah, looking at the chat, I can see that you guys are talking about Thorndike right now, which he is the most sus person in Trails right now.
Thorndike is just sus AF. My God.
I'm just actually surprised that he hasn't been more sus at this point. He's like, if he winds up being the complete opposite of what we were expecting, he turns out not to be sus at the end. I would actually not be surprised at this point. That'd be like Falcom, just you fixated on the wrong guy all this time.
Well, the thing with Falcom is that there's a lot of characters where their character design kind of like hides how like sus they really are, but then there's a lot of characters where you can just look at them and you know you're sus. And Thorndyke is the latter. Like, there's just something about his face. There's just something about his face.
I think it's the eyes, really. They just look like I am up to something.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I had to take Ronin's Thorndyke and I just put it with the caption saying truth. So that's now immortalized in the Millinote. In the board. Firefall says he's aware of the Nielsen sus levels and wants to fly under his level. Let's see here. Felt from a programming perspective, it's pointless. Let's see. BZ says, again, should talk to Hells about the Valis Thorndyke transhumanist conspiracy. BZ saying he's the ultimate evil.
Gabbert, have you never heard of anything that's been commented out? It happens all the time. It's like, this isn't active code. We want to keep a record of it in the code for reference.
Yep.
That's what it is.
It's not something that's actually coded in intentionally. It's usually something that's in there to reference back to, because I feel like if they're putting the thing here with the septarian of time being the distorted text phrase and they're having a reference to it, that feels like someone's forgotten this. Let's make sure they don't forget it again. Because from my experience of doing development, that happens all the damn time.
That's not the only interesting thing that I found in those files too. There's the actual Arabic text that Fairy says in that one craft, Flaming Prayer. Mm-hmm. Because God knows you can't figure out what she's saying from the Japanese.
Ronan
and then there's little notes about the crafts, like what is it? Regal Beatdown has a little footnote saying rider kick.
That's amazing. Yeah, comments are where sometimes developers can put in cheeky commentary. I may have done that in the Star Wars set that I built for Fossil. I think on the Han Solo one, I had did Han shoot first in question marks in the comments. Sadly, anything that we put in comments actually got stripped going to production, so nobody would have been able to see it.
You could have started a war with that one.
I could have, yeah. It was kind of a Sorry. To give you the heads up on something else, James, I've got a puppy that's been needy all evening, too. So she keeps being an interruption or a ninja or a shark.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I have a cat around here somewhere.
Yep. Cats are natural ninjas.
But, no, so the comment thing is that, again, at least it wasn't Septarian's API key. Do I just need when I do the Akashic Records site, do I just need to name some of the codes, like cheeky shit like that?
Oh, yeah. Where's the link so I can see that discussion board thing?
Oh, yeah, I could actually share this out to you guys. Hang on a second. Read-only link. Boom. I will put this in our chat. You guys should have access to be able to move things around, too, while we talk. So you can add things in, you can move things around. I think, let me make sure on that. Actually, no, I will have to give you guys specific access for that, I think. You can add comments and drawings and reactions as it is. But I can always, in a bit, give you guys access to be able to put that on there if you want. But yeah, I was just basically throwing things in as we get to things on here. Darth Knight, so yeah, we need to give ourselves more time to come up with a plan, and we need the tools to kill Zoa Gilstein and Lagyarn. Wow, I sound so Texan white girl when I try to say that word.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation too.
What's up, James?
I think if we're talking about, because I'm looking at all these questions, and a lot of them is like, okay, we can see the end of the series, we know where we're heading, and then I'm seeing like this stuff about the Genesis. I'm curious what you guys think the state is after the ending, because there's so many different ways to interpret it, and we genuinely won't know until we get some sort of information for the next game, whenever that is. But I think that's the most fascinating thing about Kai's ending, is we literally do not know exactly what Agnes did.
Oh, absolutely. Kyo is saying, what timeline will we start in Kai 2, FC, or Daybreak 1? No, I think it's actually one of the most fascinating parts, is that we
don't even know if technically we've gone back in time, because if she saved the space time, then that means that she could have just like overridden it. And it's like, we could be at the exact time that Agnes got erased, but nobody remembers her.
I think it would be a gut punch.
That could be the case, but she did say, like, perform a limited reset. So I think that does suggest that there is some...
Well, the limited reset could mean that she's gone. We don't know.
Oh, yeah.
That could, but then there's the question of, well, what good does that do if you're not here and nothing else changes?
I mean, we could look at it like, oh, what is it? This is making me think of something, and I can't...
Yeah, I'm with BZ on this, where I think the wedge is basically some sort of boundary marker for the reset.
It's like a boundary.
And the whole save Zemuria data was like, here's your memories of how you fucked up the last time, so you can do it right the second time.
Oh no, we might be doing Groundhog Day again. It's Act 3, Kuro 2 all over again.
we were referencing Stargate's window of opportunity earlier, James. I keep thinking there's actually that's actually what I was thinking of. I think with Stargate makes me kind of think of like that she's erased, but it's kind of like a Daniel Jackson has become an ascended being type thing. So I guess somewhere Anya's will be dumped out naked and all the fanboys will cheer. Sorry. I'm making really bad Stargate jokes right now.
Well, I'm seeing in the chat, well, Van should be able to remember no, since Diaspora says he is unaffected by the passage of time. I don't know about that. If anything, like, the one thing I'm relatively confident, based off of the credit sequence, the way that all of the, like, memories of Agnes, like, just kind of, like, rewind right as Van is about to, like, blink. And the last shot where it's like all the memories are obscured. I don't think he remembers Agnes.
Or if he does,
yeah, I agree. I think that everyone, or at least Van, but probably everyone's going to forget about her.
I think I'm so during my
damn it, Firefall,
Bad Wolf plus Impossible Girl. Yeah, that's actually not far what I can imagine being. Is that maybe that there is some sort of why can't I remember you type thing.
I will say that I'm pretty sure, like, I'm seeing that we got some information about how Mira is, like, connected to the Septarian of Time.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the reason why she very clearly, like, possessed Yume at the end there, is for some reason to, like, observe her before she disappears. That way at least the mirror can remember her or something like that.
That is a good thought.
Yeah, I think there's a link between, because the whole thing with the Genesis is that they observe, and Leigh-Yarn is observing the world to judge its sin factor.
Yeah.
So I think they're all connected. I think that there's some, implication tied to Mare through Yume basically being there to see that happen.
There we go. I'm coping on the blue light that we saw in his eyes, but he also might not remember. Coping is, I think we're all kind of coping in a way.
Yep.
I did like something that we did talk about earlier, James, was maybe the reset is only a couple of days even.
Yeah.
And that it's and because we basically caused everything to speed up for the grand reset. So, or everybody did that with going to space and trying to nuke the Septarian, and it didn't take too well to it. That's a good point.
That's a good point, because, like, the fact that we get direct confirmation that there was basically going to be a couple of months before the grand reset was actually scheduled
Or like
That's
1 month, I think, because it was
one and a half.
They say next month or whatever. Yeah, but a month, 2 months, something like that.
Yeah, 1 month. Old Steel 2
speaking
took
of the
place
end-
over a month.
Yes, it
So-
did.
Luffy,
What? Oh no. What
more
is this?
copium from me.
Oh no. What is this? And yes, these sockets have been staring at us in the whole faces the whole time, haven't they? Yes, they have. Goddess damn it! yeah, they've been there the whole friggin' time. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. I love it.
I am kicking myself for not thinking, what are those things there, and why do they look like the like the altars and stuff that we've seen the Genesis
I
plugged
know.
into?
So I think one of the things we're probably going to have to that's probably going to end up happening is it's not Zilgilsing. It's obviously just it's obviously fucking Demon Reen from the normal ending. It's literally
Yeah.
I think that genuinely because of what happened in Reverie, where basically Valimar was able to, I guess, kind of possess the Soldat or whatever, I think that there's going to be some way that Reen goes up to space. There's going to be some way that Reen goes up to space.
Yeah, I mean, give him one of those space packs the Excalibur had. Stick it on the Tearfang. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Surely a month is enough time for them to retrofit that, right? Right?
Right?
Yeah.
Padme face? Plot demands it.
I mean, they literally only had 3 days from the final field test of the Excalibur, sending it into space. So they didn't get a chance to test that beforehand in space.
Nope. Same. If the world outside the barrier is not reset, then it could be the Reen from the normal ending.
I would say if there's anything from the ending that I'm 100% certain on, it's the Reen from the normal ending. Especially considering Thorax's on Blue Sky pointed out how some of the stuff that the Grandmaster was saying in previous games was about how the Septarians of Fire and Earth are unlike the Septarian Mirage wasn't fully gone.
Yeah.
So
it's almost inaccessible, which I think what she said.
Which
Drex says, get Godbert's wife to frying pan him into orbit. It works every time.
Yeah.
Perfect. Put Cronkite on a coffee IV and we'll get that retrofitted. Man, I love
that. Yeah, that depends, Ronan, on how much gets reset.
Here's the question, Ronan. Based off of what the I'm just assuming that whenever a reset happens, all the Septarians get reset too. That would make sense.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which also means that since it's a limited reset, and I'm convinced they showed us that gash in the chest for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
We're obviously going in there.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that the limited reset at least saved that. Which, if that's the case, then I'm 99% sure it's we're just right when Agnes deleted herself. That's where we're starting off.
Yun did say that this is what happens after Steel is defeated.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh my gosh, this is just.
Now one thing that I'm still trying to work out from the Garten, actually. So the whole Novartis was Epstein's only disciple in the previous loop thing. So it's interesting
is it time to debate whether or not Novartis is technically an artifact?
I think it is. Also, we had somebody bringing up Nayuta, and I was like, "Oh, let's wait for James to come in on that one. He's got a lot to say there."
I'm sorry, guys. There's, I've been on the team where it's even if it somehow was technically canon, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't add anything to the narrative. I am 100% convinced, without a shadow of a doubt, after Kai, there's no room for it to fit in, even if they wanted to. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the thing I've been saying is that if there was any connection to Nayuta, any connection at all, it would be that this was just another civilization touched by the mythos. That's all I've been saying, is if it was something like that.
or Falcom really trolls us,
Mythos.
Nayuta is canon to the 19,998th loop.
Oh
But-
god,
but-
it could
but-
be a loop.
Well, no, it can't be
No, it
because
can't
Zemuria is flat and Nayuta's world is not. That's not even a shitpost. That's just true.
Ronan said, James, I said earlier, Falcom took Nayuta out back and shot it in the back 19,999 times.
But yeah, I just brought up the Novartis thing because it's interesting that we're looping. Like, we have the same start point. theoretically.
Rune Gray, legitimately, like, we know for a fact that Zemuria is unironically flat. That is not a meme.
It
That
is actually, yeah. It's like we actually have flat Zemurians here. And they're actually right this time. I can't believe I'm hearing it here.
I just think it's really funny how all of those at the time shitpost theories that Zemuria was a simulation turned out to be 100% true.
You know what, Mario? I actually think that's kind of cool that people in their AUs and stuff, I'm like, that gives a gigantic sandbox and a lot more freedom for it. I think that's actually really, being that I've thrown myself head first into fanfic writing, so there you go. But I think it's great to let fandom have a sandbox to play in that way. I think it's just a phenomenal opportunity for fans, and it's a really fantastic decision. I think I love it. I think it's great. But that's just me.
And we do know from the whole Novartis, the Epstein's disciple, that the loops don't have to repeat the same way. Things can change between them. So it's like
Exactly.
Darth Knight 3152. Oh, so if you're thinking about the title screen for Kaino Kiseki, like the original title screen.
More than just the title, like when you actually see, we're seeing those shots.
No,
Right.
when you actually see the not fake shots,
Yeah.
the not doctored shots, it's very clear that Zemuria is flat and it's encased by some sort of gigantic, absolutely gigantic structure.
it's the board cube.
Yeah,
there you go. During the
my assumption is that Zemuria maybe isn't flat, but it's like one continent as part of a larger planet that's encased. I think that's possible.
Oh, it's like Scrap Princess.
I was gonna say the cognitive realm in Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, which is flat, literally flat.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the
Even
name
though
of
it
the...
maps to 3-dimensional worlds.
I'm trying to think of what the name of the continent in Scrap Princess is, because it was just... It's been so long since I've seen it or read it. I hadn't even read it. I really did want to read it.
Arbiter 515. So in the past, we've had characters discuss the East is withering and desertification progressing. With what we know about Zemuria being in a bubble, what is that about, I wonder? It could be a bunch of different things. It could be the fact that after 20,000 loops, shit is breaking down, which I think that's exactly why artifacts exist.
Yeah, space-time has been out to lunch so long that shit is just happening.
Yep.
Actually, one other thing about that that's interesting is, so we know Hamilton stole water from the future.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily know where she stole it from, just the
Like
future.
which loop?
Yeah, which loop? It's
Probably not, but yeah.
Yeah, it's probably from the same loop, but then again,
Probably,
we just don't know. We just don't know.
There is so much space-time fuckery going on that it could be, I accidentally stole water that is now fucking up this time loop from the last loop or whatever. Who knows?
Speaking of that, would Rosette be an artifact or a remnant?
Yes.
Yes.
My running theory is that artifact and remnants are cousins, in the sense that remnants are from the same loop, but things that should not exist currently in that duration of the loop, while artifacts are basically the same thing, but from other loops. Which is why, all the remnants we see are people from that loop that should not be there anymore.
Right.
So in that sense, I think that technically Rosette would be a remnant, because she should not exist. Literally.
I will see you that, though, and I will raise you the masked soldier who is totally not Aida, who Fairy points out, wait, your hair and skin color are all wrong.
Darth Knight's also bringing up, how did her time frame reach 1259?
I think that must have been a timeline when
Well, how did
Ishmael
Hamilton?
won.
Well, no.
No, so yeah. How did Hamilton
It
steal
is
the
mentioned
water?
that
Yeah. It's like literally like.
Yeah, because I think it was Thorndike that said that it seems like the possibility of Ishmelga winning buys the world more time, which is also probably because it keeps people from getting into space if they get fucked up on war.
Yeah.
So
I saw someone speculate that the way, specifically the way that Sin is written, where it's like capital S, lowercase I, capital N, is it's an acronym.
Mm-hmm.
Makes
And
sense.
based off of the memento you see in Grim Garden, where it's basically the 4 disciples, 3 plus 1, of Epstein talking about, oh, the singularity will definitely come. That's something that Epstein like theorized. I saw someone say, what if Sin stands for singularity number?
Yeah, I think BZ said something close to that, but that's amazing. I like that.
Yeah, I think that is probably it. I think that's genuinely why they keep forcing the loop, because they don't want a singularity, not like Lapis, but everyone loves Lapis, but like the stuff we see in the projected future of Anchorville, where all the enemies you're facing are basically those nanomachine fucked up, like hybrid.
I don't mean to interrupt, but after our response was Sin, Mario says, okay, then, but where's Cause and Tan?
I get it.
That's good. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
But yeah, I think that like we can learn a lot about what specifically like the Time Septarian is trying to prevent by looking at the future that would have come if it hadn't tried to reset. So seeing what happens in Anchorville and seeing all of the kind of shit that happens with Alter Dawn, I think does give us an idea that it has something to do with that singularity that they mentioned several times in Kai.
Yeah. The Time Septarian is trying to prevent the singularity, aka Terminator future.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Magneto says in response to the Cosentan, you'll have to take the triple integral over all space to find out. Posthumanist conspiracy led by Valis. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to take a screenshot of that comment.
Zypha, what is it exactly? Something post-human activation. So...
Is it? I don't remember the Zypha.
Yep.
Wow, okay.
I'm about to go look that up. Let's see what they said it was. Because I have slept since then, and I can't remember all these acronyms that they come up with.
External interface for post-human activation.
Beat me to it. Thank
Yeah,
you,
I
Mark.
think I think with that, that's like almost confirmation that holy shit.
There we
Actually,
go.
that reminded me of another weird thing that I noticed in the ending. The first thing that vanishes when the reset happens are people's, well, I guess they're T-phones, but those are like...
Yeah,
rifle
that's right.
lights.
Yeah, that is true.
Like,
yeah.
literally, they vanish before anything else goes away.
That's... Man. There you
Jeez.
go. It's right there. Of course, it's right there in front of us, just like the ports for the Genesis in Trion Tower. Gamria says, I don't know. Can we trust Falcom's English on this matter?
I think
Most of the time, they're actually pretty good about this stuff.
Yeah.
Firefall says, as a thought I was working on dishes, forgive me, I'm not really super into Kiseki. I know enough to be dangerous in Floof and I car chat. So how do we have people from other loops, as you may now one of them?
That is actually a very good question.
That's actually a really valid question.
We don't know how Novartis ended up in the current loop when he's from the previous one, or how Reset came from the future, whenever that was, to the current time.
Yeah.
Aside from space-time fuckery.
Yeah. Because complete speculation with absolutely nothing to like point to it one way or the other for Novartis is that we've heard in several points where Epstein is one of the few people that has been able to figure out how the fuck artifacts work.
Yeah.
And considering that in that timeline, Novartis was his only disciple, he might have figured out how artifacts work. Maybe that would have an impact on being able to become an artifact himself.
Wasn't there something said? Am I on crack for remembering this or am I remembering this incorrectly? But wasn't there something said somewhere about the primal grounds being able to protect things during the resets?
Yep. Because it was back in Puro, because Burgard says that they found out about the Devil Lords because of information in the primal grounds.
I mean,
that was retained when the world was remade.
And then I immediately turn around and point back to the Japanese name of those, the Singularity of Origin. Ah!
Oh, fuck.
Hold the meaning to them.
And Rowan has a observation about the Grandmaster, assuming that she exists outside the loops. I think we got that confirmed because Campanella at the very end says, I've never seen an ending this exciting before.
Yeah.
So I think he and the Grandmaster know what's happened in previous loops. They exist either they exist outside it or they have some way of remembering what happened.
Yeah, for the Grandmaster, I'm at the point where I think there's two possibilities for who and what exactly she is. One, she's either Idios, which everyone's been speculating that for years.
Mm-hmm.
But I think more likely, she's a Saint of the End.
Ooh.
Because the thing
she's one that wasn't Nina, a different one.
Yeah, or an alternate timeline version of Nina, possibly.
That's fantastic, actually.
Doesn't she say at one point that she is the herald of something? Or she's the shadow? What was it exactly?
Let me check.
Don't mind me. I'm throwing a whole bunch of comments into Millennium.
Because the main reason I've been kind of stuck on that for like a week now is with the Saint of the Ends are obviously supposed to like herald the end of a world. What if one of them thought, wait a second, there's different ways you can interpret that.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Grandmaster, I am but a shadow. I exist solely to announce the appointed time to the world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that sounds very much like Nina showing up when the world's about to get reset.
You said I am a shadow?
I exist to announce the appointed time to the world.
Yeah, and especially like looking at the Japanese, like it seems, that.
Oh, each Saint of the End becomes the new Grandmaster after each reset. Could be a hell of a theory. Darth Knight with the not like this emojis.
Yeah, I was like 50-50 on whether Idios or a Saint of the End, but looking at that one specific line, I'm convinced. Gotta be something like that. Gotta be something like that.
Yeah.
Because like Saints of the End are literally there to like announce the end of the world, pretty much, or the end of the world.
Okay, I just dropped the line in chat, by the way, Lucy.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I'll put that in here. I'm actually making a whole thing in here for that. There we go. Boom. Oh, come on. I was trying to... Okay, I guess you're not going to let me do a forced line break. Rude.
Oh, and I accidentally left the Grandmaster's name in that one thing, so you can delete that part of it.
Oh, okay. There we go. Got it. Boom. All right, let's see here. You forgot the most important question. Where the fuck is Nielsen?
Well, this wasn't the final game, so he was on
Yeah.
vacation.
Yeah.
He's like, I knew I wasn't going to be needed here. I'm just chilling.
Flip, what you need to do before getting off is go over Yote's theories on Kai in detail and make fun of him.
Oh, don't worry. I've been making fun of myself for some of those theories in the last 2 weeks.
Nielsen won't come back until the turn of the tide. Nielsen won't come back until it's the perfect time to make me more furious at him. Oh god, James, that infamous clip of me just walking off at finding Nielsen in CS4. The funny thing about what makes that clip so much better is that not even 5 minutes before I was complaining about how sus Nielsen was. That clip doesn't show that. The fact that I was like, he is the most sus person in the world for this, and this. And then I get to that scene like less than 5 minutes after my rant. That's why I was like, okay, fuck this. You think Beryl is related to the Time Tribe with how she was acting in CS4?
So I had a theory, actually, and I don't know where it is now, but...
I don't think she's Time Tribe, but I think maybe something where she's definitely got awareness of the loops.
So I actually thought she could have been a host for another of the Devil Lords.
Oh.
Because she has that line in, I think it was the first game, might have been the second, where she has a guardian spirit whose name sounds very much like her own name, but it looks kind of like, Vagrant's name. Like, it looks like she got her name from that, maybe in the same way. But now I'm like, I don't know.
Looking through some of her lines, there's a lot of them. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
I got it. Let's see. It is... it was the first game. I'll be telling fortunes courtesy of the crystal ball of the guardian spirit, Bera Berefez.
Huh.
So it's like, okay, that sounds like a demon's name, kind of. It sounds a bit like Belith, and then it's like, it also sounds kind of like her name. So, could be. I don't know about that one anymore, but it could be.
Let's see here. What's the theme of this discussion, Yotaka? I don't know.
Sometimes I don't know is the best answer, and there is a lot of shit we don't know.
Sidebar: who/what is Beryl? In the middle of all these.
Okay, this calls for a reaction. Here we go.
Thank you.
Beryl is my Nielsen.
I have my fanfic for the 13,773rd loop. It's all the same except Crow messes up his coin trick in CS1 like a goof.
Now imagine how cool it was if you lived during the 1,337th loop. Everyone talks like Ulrika.
Oh my god, no! There's this from CS2 as well. Oh yes, whenever the whispers of my guardian spirit and the devils beckoned to me, I answered their call. I've been able to visit power spots all over eastern Erebonia thanks to their guidance, from Neolithic ruins to lakeside castles, from lands connected to the earth spirits. I can't imagine a better use for my time. Wow.
Oh, Ronan, we know what happened in the 69th loop. That's when Ouroboros was founded. Ouroboros, whatever. The serpent with no ending.
There we go. Let's pull the sidebar over here. We will bring these over here. This is just going to get ridiculously stupid wide like the East one did. There we go. Bring this to the front. Boom. Okay. All right. All right. There we go. I thought that would have been the 420th loop with how high they seem to be. Oh my gosh. 13,781 is just everyone's Mishi. I've been distracted. Firefall sent me a flyer for pet pics with Santa. That I can already see. Was Mishi an artifact? Why this track? I know, right? I just realized I should probably put the Spotify thing here. Is this the right one? Yes. Okay, there we go. Put you down there. Perfect. Because I should be making sure the music is credited. Oh no. Speaking of song, no, we won't remember her. It's okay, Fireball.
By the way, Floofy, 207th loop. Fina was the saint of the end.
Fina! Another for Barrel from CS4. Fate has led us to this island, it seems. The statue, the shrine, and all these abandoned ruins. It has my guardian spirit unusually active. What a fascinating place. My goodness, that is... Suddenly got a whole... Fucking... I keep saying I was wanting to do another run of third, and this is like, I can't do another run of Cold Steel. Not right now.
Well, Floofy, we probably have 2 years until the next game. You have time.
This is true, because we know they've got FC Remake and Kyoto Xanadu, or whatever they call it.
I said, yeah, Tokyo Xanadu or Kyoto Xanadu.
I like
I heard that one before. That one's good. James, did you hear our nickname for the what were they? The altar cores was Genesisant.
That's good.
That's all Yotes.
I am curious because like Hansuke has been like been kind of like saying some things on social media where it's like he's not sure if like there might have been some changes in Falcom's schedule for when they're going to be releasing games.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll probably know a week from now with the whole like.
Oh God, we're right around the window from. We're almost to the window. Oh wow! I just realized the date. We're right at the end of the year review or report.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably know what's happening. Everything has just been so like, my God. It'll be next week, I bet.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, myself included, are really, really hoping that it's like, give us the Abyss area. Give us the Abyss area.
Oh man, that would be so
We
cool.
know you're going to give it to us. Every single one of these games that has had that style of like semi-randomly generated dungeon has gotten a post-launch update with story stuff.
Yep.
And boy, is there stuff that we could learn from that thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll announce the Abyss patch and save Gash from his insanity. I present McBurners Nayuda. You show McBurners Nayuda for the 7th time in class, Sheen. Poor Gash has been praying for this Abyss update. Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
The financial report is actually next week. The shareholder meeting is in December. Usually the financial report will actually reveal the date of the shareholder meeting as well. But, I mean, that's easy to guess. It's probably, if I look at the calendar, probably the 19th or 20th. That will be my guess.
Yeah. I'd imagine part of the reason why it hasn't happened yet for the Abyss area update is this is the worst / best it has ever been for a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
So they're probably being super cautious.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You don't want to screw up that ending. So
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff they can do in an Abyss update that doesn't touch that ending, at least.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure, though, they're going to assume that if you're doing the Abyss area, you've seen the ending.
Yeah.
So.
No, it'll probably be like a post-game requirement.
Yeah, because like Kuro 2, like Daybreak 2 does that. So yeah, that would make sense. Ooh.
Final boss of the Abyss dungeon will be Gilbert from a loop where he's not a loser. Trick question. He is always a loser.
I mean, though, Campanella didn't beat him up in this game. He beat up Rosalie. So I think it's a case of maybe Gilbert has actually manned up since Reverie.
Does that mean Gilbert finally actually made good on his From Fat to Fit book?
don't know. Maybe that came from a different timeline.
I think there was someone like
yes.
Chief Bannings. Yes.
There
Yes,
was, but there's no. I mean, for all we know, Nate could be that guy's son. So.
Yep. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Probably not,
I
but
never
it would be
thought
hilarious.
That would be hilarious. That would be absolutely ridiculously funny. I would be okay with that.
Or maybe Gilbert does not excite Campy anymore. No, I'm pretty sure he still does. He's just found someone that has become even more of like a
better
more of a punching bag.
Yeah.
He literally says she's gonna be more fun to fuck around with than Gilbert. So
Yeah. Now here's not a serious question. Just to have some fun here. Is the fact that she is that much of a fail girl means that she is succeeding at emulating Judith or failing at emulating Judith?
James,
yes.
Yes. God, I
don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but man, they really beat up on Judith and Kai.
Yeah, they did.
She cannot catch a break.
Nope.
I'm sorry. That fucking Connect event with her apartment's like, damn girl, you live like this? It's like that one shit post with like the with Goofy, and it's like, damn bitch, you live like this. Legitimately, it's exactly that.
Ronan says maybe some karma from past loop.
Yeah, she was very, very bad in the previous life.
Judith will have her revenge in the next game.
And I do love.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I do love when is it when both Chloe and Dominique are over at Arkwright Solutions, and they're like, okay, I'm going to go over and check out her apartment. You go over and check out this. Let's tag team this and just see what our disappointing successor is doing.
Well, I mean, I think something that I really like though is I really like that all of these disappointment and all Judith punching bag joke stuff. I think this is setting up for Judith to do something really cool in the next game too.
Yeah, they have to be setting her up for some success.
Yeah, and I think that will be an amazing success with all this setup. Let's see. Now watch we get a new remnant and it's the original Yin. Oh, wow.
I mean, DK does makes a good point that it's like, get revenge on Dominique and talk sense into Nina. She's got this connection to two major people that are involved in all the crazy shit going down.
Yep.
So she is in a good position to do stuff.
Yeah, I think if anybody can, it would be Judith. That would make a lot of sense. Because Nina looks up to her. Definitely looks up to her. They literally gave her a rival, but her rival is so bad it just makes it worse. That would just be, man, now that I'm thinking about it, that's really cool though. But go ahead.
Oh, speaking of remnants, so Floofy, do you have any theories on the three that show up in Trail?
Hold on, Floofy, go first.
I have seen the data dump of the model for the mask, for the one that was where you got to see the bit of her face, for it being Sheena.
So can I show you something that I've sent to Sniff?
Okay.
Like live when I saw it.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh yeah! Yeah.
I actually haven't seen it yet, so let me see this.
It's like, it is the exact same sword.
Yes, it is.
And they have a zillion sword models they could have picked if they just wanted to give, Nina a sword that uses Sheena. So
there's something else about that sword that's bugging me, and I don't know what it is.
The Blingtastic crossguard?
It's in the design of the crossguard, and I can't figure out what I'm seeing in that design. There's something else I'm seeing in it.
That is way more ornate than I would have expected from whenever that sword was made.
I mean, it does kind of look like, what's the name of Adol's... What's the name of Adol's sword from East 9? The alchemy ones? It reminds me a bit of those, like the final weapons with the, like, glowy shit in it.
A little bit,
it's
but
blue,
I
not
mean,
green.
there really is something about this, and I need to just look over stuff again down the line. But yeah, that's the one. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it.
That is the blonde remnant arbiter. Same person. And yeah, I am pretty certain that that's who they are, Mario. Because the second one is described as the masked military swordsman. And we know that Atkinson was a soldier before he became a revolutionary. And the last guy talks very flowery and is using magic. I'm like, that's got to be Aramis.
Yeah, I would think that they would be the part of that group.
So when you've got one person using the same sword that's associated with Sheena, it's like, okay, the other two have to be the other revolutionaries.
Yeah. What the heck? I'm trying to find it, so I'm digging through Blue Sky to see if anyone posted. I see someone saying, I almost died today. A robber came into my house with a loaded gun and aimed at me. Luckily, Kaino Kiseki was playing on my TV. The robber was blinded and hospitalized by the passionate ambition that was Kevin Graham's incredibly accurate characterization. God is great.
Praise be to ideas.
Just like, wow.
I love how every single, and I do mean every single Connect event in Kevin's route is the rest of the picnic squad basically calling him out.
Yes.
Everybody. Constantly.
It's so good.
And he deserved it.
He absolutely did.
And so DK asks, when did Aramis use magic? I mean, we've had non-orbal magic in the series since literally the first game, so there could be any number of ways that he could get, magic.
It was somebody who did a data dump and had the model for the blonde remnant side by side with Anya's, I think. Thank you. BZ had it. Of course he had it. There you go.
By the way, since we are talking data dumps, it does actually identify those three remnants as Sheena, Atkinson, and Aramis.
There, I just posted it in our chat too, so you guys see it.
So yeah, they're not subtle about that, and they did identify the soldier as Aida.
Okay. Maurice is going to show up in the next game and slap the ever-living shit out of Kevin. Yes, she is.
And it will be glorious.
It's going to be amazing. We all know it's going to be the best. I feel like, though, at the end, that Kevin's actually kind of struggling with his conviction of following through, too. Picnic Squad did their job. You got... Okay. Go ahead and send it over to me, BZ. Romantic with big axe and armor. I don't know who it could it be. Who could be doing this? A remnant? Yeah.
Yeah, those are the least subtle. It's like, we know.
Yeah. That's a...
I mean, I don't know, DK. He did fail successfully because her not being salted means that the reset was able to, be revised.
That's interesting what BZ sent. From Azure, all the way back from Azure, by the center it was rung, thus did its ominous clangor resound, heralding the start of an end of chaos. An excerpt from the Book of Ladders introductory verse, Sound of Awakening. BZ saying it has to be the Great Reset.
So what's really funny is, even though Bearguard did not share shit with the class the entire game, he did actually explain, okay, these are the books in the Apocrypha, here's what they teach us.
Yeah.
Like, thank you for giving us something to work with, Bearguard.
Yeah, we've got to get something for Bearguard next game, and it seems obvious that he might literally be having a little bit of a crisis of faith.
Oh yeah.
I think especially with the stuff that Herwood
Brought
said
up.
to him.
Yeah.
Brought up, and it's like, oh, we just have different ideas about what to do about it. And it's like you can see his reactions where it's like he isn't angry. He's just like,
I had to trigger the stream element spells because of the quote that's up. Well, I mean, I think also on the non-Orbital Arts magic thing, I mean, they straight up say at one point that Orbital Arts was that thaumaturgy was the inspiration behind the basis for Orbital Arts. Yeah. So the Septian Church has in a way been using non-Orbital Arts magic for how long now?
approximately 1,200 years.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or 24 million. Depends on when they started doing it.
Yeah.
Just multiply that number by, 20,000.
Wasn't there a line in Sky where the party is surprised that monsters are using arts without an orbment? Yes, there is, actually.
I think, don't they usually explain that as, well, they eat septium, therefore they can do this?
Yeah, that's how they explained it then, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what Ronan was talking about, plot.
Have we talked about the implications of the last Shizuna Connect event yet? Specifically the stuff that Novardi says about how, like, I was doing everything in my power to make sure you didn't cause a fucking natural disaster with the septium veins.
Yep. That was a thing.
That's like, yeah, would you please stop fucking up space-time with your shenanigans in my nice little garden?
Wasn't there also something like that in Kuro 2 between, in the Connect event with Shizuna and Van?
Yep. Those two fighting all out with, all of me, Shizuna, and Grendel Sin.
Yeah.
Just completely stresses the garden to the point where it starts actually fucking up reality.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, it doesn't go so far in Kuro 2. Like, it seems like there's a failsafe in Kuro 2 that deliberately it's like shuts it off. But because of Grim Garden being a later version of Martian Garden and also like augmented by whatever the fuck that like Ouroboros was doing to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, back in Daybreak 2, the Garden Master is using the garden to draw on the septium veins for his final showdown. That is true. So, hey, you know how Lapis actually came to be? About how it was like the kind of like intersection of the Orbital Net, the septium veins, and the Great Twilight?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what Martian Garden is? It is basically a private Orbital Net connected directly to the septium veins somehow. Thorndike, what the fuck you doing?
Well, one thing we can definitely take away from the end of Grimgarden, Valis is sus as fuck.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I am willing to bet. I am willing to bet the church are not the enemies. They think they're doing the right thing. I don't think they're the enemies. I think they think they're doing the right thing.
Well,
I think Ouroboros, they're anti-heroes. They're anti-heroes.
Like,
they're looking at what's going on. They're like, and they seem to think that anytime that the world doesn't get destroyed, we're winning.
Yeah. I mean, Martian Garden is supposed to be public release, right? No, I don't think Martian Garden was public.
No, it was like a limited. We were helping test it.
Yeah.
First it was motherfucking Ored. I request all change to motherfucking Valis.
So here's something that I DM'd Floofy about like literally yesterday. So we know that Martian Garden is connected to something called the Grand Archives, which seems to have every bit of information from previous loops, because that's how we get Novarti's like information that proves to him that yes, he did exist.
Hey, there's our East Link. It's the Akashic Records. So sick. Sorry. Sorry, keep going.
And he does say that it's like a pseudo-septarian of time at one point too.
Yeah. So that being the case, that the fact that all of that data is there, how exactly did Marduk figure out about the Grand Reset so early? Because they said that they figured it out early.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Thorndyke might actually have memories of a bunch of different loops.
Oh.
Because of Martian Garden.
Oh, that's
That could be the case. Yep. No, their advanced technology is because of Reset. They had like future shit to experiment with.
Yeah, the existence of Reset does not on its own imply the existence of Grand Reset.
Right.
It's just like, post singularity nanotechnology, son.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Marduk was also able to hack into the Celestial Globe, and it was very specifically how it was like Marduk that was able to do it, not Gramhart. It was Marduk.
Yep, Novartis even brings it up as, this is why I was so interested and I wanted to investigate the garden in the first place. Because, like, how the fuck did you guys break into the astral code like that?
Yeah, that is a big thing to remember. Sorry, I had a message to send on my phone. Let's see here. Mario asks, he could be like Novartis, where somehow he came into the current loop.
I think he probably just has access, or at least some access to the knowledge in the Grand Archive. Because at one point where he comes into the garden and says, oh, I'm just, checking things out. And he basically admits, no, I'm doing more, but I'm not telling you what I'm doing.
Yeah. Man, it's on the simulation thing, it's actually even more interesting, like the simulation within a simulation when you take that into account. Like between Martian Garden and between reality.
Since Martian Garden can directly be connected to archives, is their ultimate goal to try and make, like you said, a simulation within the simulation that is immune from the reset?
Oh, yeah.
So we're going Star Ocean 3 then.
I was talking with Sly and put it together that Reset sounds like reset. And I just told him, welcome to the club. Some of us have been here since Kuro 2. Oh, man. Yep, archives as in the library, like the library books in the Recluse Cube. That's actually, yeah.
I wonder if it contains the complete Stormlight archives. If so, can I get a copy of the books 6 through 10, please?
I mean, being Brandon Sanderson, you're not going to have to wait that long for them.
Nope.
My brain keeps getting stuck on how the Septarian of Time looked like the Arcus of the Arc of Recluse, or the whatever, the Recluse Cube, and I was just like, huh.
I mean, that makes sense, because even though the Septarian of Time is the Septarian of Time, they make it very clear that it has control over space-time.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, but happiness stones, though. Well, that's a whole other thing. Just, Mario asks, what if the archive is just a reference to the Library of Alexandria? Part of me wonders if, we could just look at what they did in another game, is that, if I recall, in the timeline for the E-Series state, like the Black Pearl was a, The Black Pearl was a trial for the Ark of Napishtim or something like that, vice versa. I think it was in the timeline. I can't remember. Like it was a prototype of something. No, the Black Pearl was a prototype for Alamarian.
Oh, Sniff.
What?
You're already unblocking it. Okay.
Okay. Fake Ida, false Ida isn't Ida. Fake Sheena isn't Sheena. False Sheena.
So
Fake
just to
Aramis
explain, this
second.
was when I wasn't sure what remnants were, and I was preemptively like, okay, maybe they're not what they look like, so I'm going to add a bunch of these.
Atkinson is Sheena. Masked Aramis is Aramis. Masked Atkinson is Atkinson. Wow, you were being very Olympia isn't. Aramis isn't. Aramis isn't. Aram isn't. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what is this? The Masked Atkinson diet will change your life one timeline at a time. What the hell? Falcom's
Yes,
not even,
I was having some fun.
yeah, Falcom's not even pretending this isn't Ida. Damn it, Fairy, did you just say what you're obviously thinking?
Yeah, seriously. It's like, why do you not say, I think this is Aida, guys?
I just want to say, Floofy, I was totally wrong on Atkinson and Aramis. To be honest, the jury is still out on what exactly is up with Ida. Maybe she merged or ate Fairy. But that's... not even joking. I mean, I know you're not joking. I know what you're trying to cover with that, but I'm sorry, it's just the weirdest wording. No, anyway, the point I was going to make earlier is because part of me is thinking is like, what if the Recluse Cube is like the whole thing with the Black Pearl and Alamarian, the whole prototype thing. Maybe the Recluse Cube was a prototype in the development of the...
Yes, Fire, by the way.
Are they variants? I thought Atkinson was someone from Elsheim and Aramis was Emperor. I thought it was really funny because I basically had things set that the masked apostle was Gerard, and then I saw the knife and I'm like, oh.
And Mario? Yes, this is the kind of thing that I do for fun.
This is Yotz's jam, Mario. Looked into the new stuff that they're based off. Let's see if Alice Marduk names and such. Yeah, that's all. That's Yotaka's. I think that's probably one of your favorite things to do with this series, isn't it?
Yes, and I ate very well with this game.
Gerard's blade is big, long, and girthy, so it could never have been him. Wow. Wow.
Well, I guess we know one thing that Ix didn't inherit then.
What?
I'm waiting, Floofy.
What?
Did that go over your head?
I think it did.
Ah. Little emo boy compensating for something. He's all up for the entire game.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Been cooked for a while.
I don't know why I just thought about it, but I just remembered something that was like kind of like a blink and you miss it thing from the very end of Kai that now that I'm remembering it and the fact the game even pointed out, I'm convinced that the reset is not going back. Like what Agnes did, we're not going back in time. It's literally right from the get, right from where we left off, just she's not there. What I mean is that they point out that one of the fucking like airships is in the control center.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they actually, I think it was Van that called attention to like, what's this thing doing in here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And knowing how like genuinely like Falcom tends to do with follow-up games like this is very obviously the direct analog would be Cold Steel 3.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and we're gonna be going all over these different places, we're gonna need an airship. Because can't fucking drive. It takes too long.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that that's there and they point it out is like some evidence that we're not going back in time with whatever Agnes did. We're just right there.
Van's already committed some treason. What's some Grand Theft Auto? No, you will not diss Van's ride like that.
I'm sorry, I'm not dissing Van's ride, but I'm sure that even Van understands that his beloved wheels are unfortunately beholden to the laws of physics. Even if the laws of causality, as we have very obviously explained, are out for lunch.
Out for lunch. Perfect. I knew it was over with the rides when Van gave the keys to Aaron in the finale.
That is trust right there, though.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
like 3 games worth of character growth.
Yeah,
right
can I
there.
just say that I love how there's been, like, through the entire Calvert arc, there's been these slow, like, you can see not just the character growth for, like, each of the, like, Arc Ride Solution Office, like, part-timers as they grow as, like, people, but also, like, by the time you're in Kai, like, it's not just Van, like, controlling, like, in side quests and whatnot, not just Van being like, here's what we're doing, here's blah, blah, blah. You see him, like, deliberately, like, ask, or even in some cases, like, the part-timers deliberately pipe up, and it's like, they are a team. It's not just,
Like, what is it? The one, I forget which one now in Anchorville, but Ferry is the one that reconstructs the that one doctor's route, and then Van's like, you did a great job there, kid. And then he turns to, like, Yorda and's like, okay, now you give me the next step. You know, part-timer number or whatever she's on now.
Yeah, I think that was actually, I think it feels like it's really great seeing that Van's had this role, like, as a teacher, and the growth that we've seen is everybody actually learning. And we've seen this cohesive group come together that way. It's like, it is, I will gush hours and hours on the Daybreak cast because they're so fucking good. All of them are just amazing. There's not a bad character in that cast.
Yep.
Like, there are characters that I prefer to play, but I absolutely does not say anything about what I feel about the characters. I love all of them.
Yeah. Poor Risha.
Oh my god, James, I never used Risha ever because I was just like, I'm always given so many better characters.
Yeah.
So she didn't have any updates, any changes to her orbment, anything like that.
And then Sonic Boom's like, sorry, Fairy, times 55.
Yeah, there were so many sorry, Fairy moments on my end.
It sucks because Fairy was really good in Daybreak 1, but she's, like, been power crept.
Yeah.
Yeah, although she does have that really good panic button S-craft in Kai that you get.
Yes, she does.
Like, need some CP for everybody else in a hurry?
Yes.
She's got you covered.
Van's found family there. That is, yes, I saw somebody point out that I mean, it came up a lot during both my streams of Daybreak and my stream of Kai that there was a very continuous theme of found family throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, even Daybreak 2 with the whole stuff with Quatre.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's not even just Arc Ride Solutions. It's like also the Montmartre crew. It just comes up, and the Picnic Squad.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just like the theme of the arc, I think, almost.
Which is I love it, but also it makes that one character, like, moment in East 10 make me all the more furious because it's like you understand why'd you do that? Why'd you write that?
No, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, with us talking about, like, the found family stuff, it makes me even think even more that we're going to see Reese in the next arc because we need to have that part for Kevin too added in on it.
Yep.
Let's see. Van found another family member with Yorda. I loved everything with Van and Yorda. That was so incredibly wholesome with the two of them. Just nonstop.
Yep. I think in this case it'll be Paulette signing the adoption papers.
Paulette signed the adoption papers, yes.
Like, we've decided you're living with us now. You can do your part-time job with those, weirdos, snake weirdos, whatever, but you're living here.
Maxim getting another daughter he didn't sign up for. That's not even a joke, considering, like, right at the end, it's basically like, yeah, no, he got the okay. He got the okay from Pops.
Yep. Kevin thrust into the picnic. Hang on. Kevin thrusted into the picnic squad by Nadia. Like, you're my friend now. We're getting soft tacos later. OMG, flew Bongo Cat. Maxim, wait, who's this girl? Fingers crossed that she's an official member of the crew next time. Absolutely, I hope that's the case.
I feel like they wouldn't have done everything with her character arc in Kai if that wasn't going to happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said earlier, the whole thing about Anya's saving the world state of Zemuria, I think that's there specifically so they can say, okay, here is why everyone's memories are going to be intact, even if the time gets reset, some number of days or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
so we don't undo all the progress that everyone went through in this period.
Oh, that's the thing I was trying to think of, the past life memories in Lost. That's what I was thinking about earlier. Just like the whole thing of everybody being like, how do I know you type thing through stuff. That would be something I could see being a thing in this. Oh no, Lost. One of the most influential shows on me in a long time, and still is, even with its ending. Also, she's doing the same thing, choosing to be with Van and friends instead of being with Yoon and Reen. Agreed. I loved that so much.
I love how it wasn't just like a whim thing for her. She was so serious about it. She was fucking drilling that fucking squad for like however many hours.
Yeah, wasn't it most of the day?
Yeah, no, it's like literally they asked, how long have you been there? She said, oh, I don't know, from the start.
Yeah.
It's like, I was serious about being here for you guys.
Yep. It's exactly why I'm not convinced that we have a full reset. Maxim is going to succeed in Kai too.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
he was about to succeed, then the world just kind of ended on him. That wasn't his fault.
Yeah. I was like, when we started this conversation, I was on the team where it's like, we can't know what the state of things is going to be with Kai 2, but the more we've talked about like each specific piece, I'm convinced that if there is a time reset, which I don't think there is going to be at this point, it's going to be very, very minimal. Very, very minimal.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at most like 2 or 3 days.
I think that's too much. I don't think it's going to be 2 or 3 days, maybe 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, that actually works too, I think.
Because you could do that. I mean,
go ahead.
Sorry. All you have to do is stop the launch, and you buy like a month.
A month, yeah. Yeah, because the wedge is 1 day. They can either wake up the day of the launch. I imagine it would be like...
Because, the final wedge is the day of.
Yeah. Man,
it's that morning, yeah.
I'm looking at this also. Man, if Anya has basically erased herself out of things, that's going to fuck up Gramhart. Considering how much everything he did was for her. Yeah, poor Roy and Kai. I think Kai elevated Roy to a very high level for me. I really, really liked him in it.
Oh,
Grandma has no reason to launch.
Yeah, Mario Ultimax actually has a really, really good point about if we do stop Lejarn in the next game, what's going to happen to the sky?
Yeah.
I think we're going to go Drakengard. This is why I was here, y'all. Look at what the real sky is.
I was telling Firefall about this. I was like, man, when that launch happens, I'm just worried about this image. I'm like, for all of its faults that Drakengard 2 had, that image of the sky shattering still sits with me. That was one of the coolest images I'd seen of just the sky shattering into pieces. And I'm like, man, when you bring up Drakengard, I immediately thought of her telling her that.
I really hope that something like that actually happens in Kai 2, just because of how impressive their presentation has gone with cutscenes, that they could make that look really fucking cool.
Hang on, I'm going to pull this up for people who haven't seen it, so I'll run it in chat. See if I can find the, okay. Boom, 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 boom. I'll put it over here on the window just so you guys can see it. I'll link it into the chat as well, so for Yotes and James. This is such a cool image.
All y'all about to be fucked now.
Such a cool, mental image. So something like that. Kai 2 spoilers.
I hope I hope something like this happens, because retroactively it makes Daybreak the perfect choice.
Yeah. Oh, it's an amazing name.
which is funny because Floofy, I told, or have you heard like what happened with Daybreak's name and why it's called Daybreak?
I may have an idea, but go ahead and explain.
It was going to be something along the lines of Trails Before Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Then a certain Final Fantasy XIV expansion was announced for the same release window.
Yep.
And they decided we want to have any search engine optimization.
Yep.
That's about what we were speculating on. We were like, okay, it's got to be Dawn, Daybreak,
Yep.
something.
Yep. And then
Dawn Trails.
It was actually good. Thank goodness on Yoshi P does it again. I'm very fortunate on Nisa to have waited for that announcement. I say waited in finger quotes because they didn't. I bet you that just. Actually, I do know it fucking blindsided them.
Yeah.
So. It's like it's like I'm more comfortable with you saying things, James, because you have a more comfortable position on things where I'm now just kind of like I'm just a friend of friends.
Yeah, I mean, I've literally heard this from like multiple NIS American employees, and I think they don't really care at this point because it's like the name's a name. It's just a funny story.
Oh, yeah.
But it. Yeah.
Oh, it's great. No, I mean, if there was anything, I wish I were the fly on the wall in Nisa's offices when Dawn Trail got announced. I bet you that was fucking hysterical to see.
Yeah, it's like, oh, fuck.
So that was... But yeah, Daybreak is a spectacular name if we're going to get something like that. I mean, you know what? I also get the feeling, because like what we have seen with Hatsu bringing up names to Falcom when working with Xseed for Cold Steel. I wonder if they, at one point, there was like one of those things bringing it up, like the English title of Daybreak, during the panic to fix it, and Falcom being like, yes!
I think because of the stuff with the sky already being like foreshadowed as early as Cold Steel 4, I think it was already planned.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think, but yeah.
No. I mean, I think like kind of like when they were just like, oh, we were going to call it that originally type thing. When it gets to them and just being like, that was a happy coincidence on Nisa's side, and Falcom just like finger steepling, yes, pick up on it type thing. I'm not saying that they didn't plan it. It's just that they're more excited that somebody's tapping in on something they had been thinking about.
Now that we're speaking of names, though, what do we think is going to be the best name for Kai when it gets localized?
Oh.
I'm thinking... I think Trails Beyond the Horizon.
Beyond the Horizon's a really good one. I like that.
That's pretty good.
That is really good, actually. I feel like this is going to be one where they're going to have to play with the word again.
Yeah.
There's no way they can
World
just...
alone just doesn't... Yeah, cut it.
Yeah. Dr. P is agreeing on that on Horizon as well. Thinking the same thing. Salam says Beyond Horizon is nice. Don't take this to be... up in arms if Nisa has a different name, of course. And I say Nisa because it's going to be...
Also, I mean... Yeah, and also, I mean...
Oh, yeah.
Who knows?
Can be problematic for search engines with Horizon, like the Sony series.
There's so many different things that are Horizon that I think there would be enough different words in there that wouldn't be a problem.
Star Trader no Kiseki.
Zero.
Yeah.
That's true, Zero.
Or Sky. They're like, okay, they're about as generic words as you can get.
Yeah.
I remember the story about the acronym of Sky being the afterthought of like, oh, that's what it is, after they released the title on Xseed's end.
And they're like, oh.
Welp. Starbreaker no Kiseki. Boundary or Limit would have been my choice from Gamria. Boundary would be...
I think Boundary, it just doesn't flow.
That's true.
Yeah. the reason I've gone with Horizon is it has a double meaning. One, it's literally like the plot of the game is about a rocket heading beyond the horizon.
Yep.
But also, like, in a sense, for the Trails series as a whole, this is the event horizon of the plot. You can't, like...
Trails over the barrier.
Barriers.
Sorry.
Yeah, originally I was thinking Trails through the horizon, but the more I think about it, Trails beyond the horizon, I feel like sounds better. Yeah.
Boundary would get the Nayuta's conspiracies flowing with that. That's very true.
Yeah.
I do like Beyond the Horizon, though. I really do like that. Suddenly my interest in this game has increased over the tits. Lloyd blaming is on the rise post-Kai now.
Yes, may we introduce you to Sherazade and her huge tracts of land.
I am curious because Falcom had said they're going to have like little bits and pieces of info in Trails in the Sky the First to like set up, well, basically not set up, but basically to reference later stuff in the story, kind of like they did with the Crossbell Kai games. Not Kai. Yeah, Crossbell Kai games.
Yeah, Crossbell Kai.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're going to have Cassius mention Gramhart.
Ooh.
I could see that, yeah.
I could see that. Given he didn't let Ishmoga Ring tell him anything in Reverie from earlier. There's also going to be the spoiler interview with Kondo when we get the inevitable art book. Yep.
That'll probably be next February.
Yep. They can use the O of Horizon as the Mobius strip. Yes, they could. Considering they might drop the subtitle.
They will. They've dropped it from Crimson Sin. They dropped it End of Saga. Mm-hmm. They're totally going to drop it from Kai.
They didn't drop.
Yeah.
They didn't drop the. Only forgot. I keep trying to say his name and I keep saying Star Taker in my head. Starwalker. They didn't drop him though. Sorry. That is still the stupidest joke I've ever made, and I can't believe that it's carrying over in English now because of that. The 2 in the Kuro 2 logo, James, looks like Starwalker from Deltarune. Like the odd legs and everything. He's integral to the plot. How can they drop it? I should redo the meme now with Starwalker as Star Taker. But we're fine on that. What is? Hi, baby. That one is Harley this time. Resharing this. Original Levitate. Thank you. No, we had way too many terrible jokes on the stream and memes made and everything. It was the best.
Copium was needed.
Yes, copium was very much needed. Oh, right. The weird pattern the sky has. Yes, due to leg yarn. That's printed on the game's LE if you tilt the box. I hate them. Wow. Wow. That's actually really cool. That's like the PlayStation 2 box for, so it's on a cube. The PlayStation 2 box for Ark of Napishtim has the pattern of the Ark embossed on it. It's really, really cool. The limited box for it does. Starwalker, Star-Lord, Starkiller all walk in the Mos Eisley Cantina.
Speaking of copium, by the way, I'll tell you something.
Oh no, Kai's ending in a nutshell. Oh no. Oh no, Yotes, what did you make?
Copium.
Ansara 7, 8, 同時ロックオン。これでラストよ。沈みなさい。
全センサー復帰。解析を開始します。
I'm so worried.
マルルック社危機管理
Innocent whistling sound.
時の手法レーギャルン 完全機能停止。令和転移計画ミッションコンプリートしました。
I'm like, we have the shoe all over again right now.
やったぞこれでソフィーリリエさん
That's what I'm saying. That's foul. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's amazing. That was Duty Rewinded.
And yes, DK, that was the alert from Evangelion.
BZ, damn, that one's got my mint gift beat. I made mine in like 5 minutes. That's really good. That is really good, actually. Duty Rewinded, just wow. As Thorndike suggested, would you give Mare over to them?
No.
No. That was not the intended purpose of the duty recorder.
It's like, do I trust Thorndike?
You should not give anything to Thorndike. Thank you. That's you know what? Hang on. Where's my snipping tool? There it is.
I think if nothing else, this entire discussion has made it clear that Thorndike is the most sus person in Trails at the moment.
Yeah, he beats Nina, who is now less sus after this game than if he was going into it.
Oh man, poor. There we go. BZ has also been immortalized into this. I have Ronan saying Thorndick, truth is the caption. And now I have BZ saying you should not give anything to Thorndike. Also truth.
Oh shit, that's a good point. Like Mario Ultimax makes a good point with fucking Grundle Shaddai. Like Zolga technically had Altera.
Mm-hmm.
Who's his fairy friend?
Oh, good point.
The 8 Genesis isn't. Parallel processing.
Humans can't defeat God. Yeah. I saw about that down the line. We're getting a full Super Sentai Grendel squad in the next game. You know what? I'd be okay with that.
We only need 2 more.
We only need 2 more.
We know that Van's going to get another form above like Shin, because it's like we know that because literally we've had like people mention it's like, oh yeah, this is your strongest form right now.
Yeah, the right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to throw out just a random prediction, but we've had Grendel Zolga, Grendel Shaddai, and then Simeon's knockoff Grendel Zolga. They've all had an S-craft that is Japanese and then English. Van hasn't, so I'm calling Van's third Grendel S-craft is going to finish that pattern.
Mario says, I want Elaine to get a Grendel. Yes, let Elaine get a Grendel, then she can knock sense into both Van and Renee. Because
yes,
you know she would. The moment she has that Grendel transformation, Van's getting smacked, Renee's getting smacked. The end.
Just recreate the ending of Devil May Cry 5.
Come to think of it, didn't they had concept art of like a Grendel for Aaron with Tycoon, Tyrant, whatever. So there we go. We have our Sentai.
Gonna be right back.
Okay. Let's see. She's kind of extraneous to the plot beyond trying to help settle the childhood plot arc, as they don't give her some sort of connection to Sheena. Yeah.
Aaron is a tyrant of bad ebb.
I almost wonder if like we'll have like a who in Arkwright Solutions will still need a transformation? Fairy? That would be great, giving Fairy like a power boost.
That, or just have her eventually pick up Remnant Aida's gun.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because they had that whole thing about her not being able to handle the gun in the past. If Elaine gets a Grindle, I want there to be a dynamic fight where it's a free-for-all between her, Van, and Renee, and it's her trying to knock sense into them, while Van and Renee's aim is only for each other. I love that. I think that would be really cool for Falcom to suddenly bring in a three-way fight into this engine.
I mean, we had the Grendel on Grendel action at the end in space.
Mm-hmm.
How do you top that? That could be the way.
I think that would actually be really cool because, like, if you want to find ways where they can actually elevate this engine more, it's always, whoops, all Grindel. It would actually be really cool if they found a way to make this work into a three-way battle. Now we're playing with Portals, Van. Okay, what's your question, Darth Knight? You turn Grendel into a giant Megazord and they fight in the Beyond with everyone in the cockpit. My God, I would love to have a whole group thing with it. I think it would.
And
be
then
cool.
Aaron could be like, what's his name in Star Trader, kind of crowding around Van. Van's like, get out of my face, boy.
Mega Grindel, Tengen, Toppa Grindel, yes, please.
All right, I'm back. My cat was harassing a poor spider.
Oh, James, my Evie got into my music room. There was a roach found in the music room. It was a former patio, so I'm not surprised. It's one of the big Texas-sized ones too, so they're like the big, giant, scary ones. And we found her in the music room and she found the roach before we found her, and it was in 9 pieces. I were just like, "What is wrong with you, dog?" And she was happy as can be, like, "Look what I did."
I mean, she is a mud raptor in dog form.
Yeah, she is. She is nowhere to be found, too, which means she's probably sleeping on the sofa. Mac the Knife with a resub for 31 months. Thank you very much. How are you tonight? If Leguiarn was going to just reset everything anyways, why did it send those guardians out to attack Zemuria? I get sending them to attack Amelia since she was actively harming it, but why the rest of Calvard? Because it's a dick? I swear I heard Mac tonight. I need to get my ears checked. I mean, well, Mac tonight. Doing awesomely, just enjoying some Nordics. East 10 is so good.
Mm-hmm. And the dub has been so awesome.
I can't wait to. I'm holding out for next year for East 10. I can't remember what it was that I was going to hold while I was doing that. I had it noted somewhere while I was doing that. Now I don't remember now. I can talk good, intelligent, and articulate, y'all. Probably because the time sits there and watches Zemuria, so it's smart enough to see what assholes are nuking it. Mario, I want to say Leguiarn, it just generalized them all under one umbrella. Amelia is a human, it attacked Leguiarn. Leguiarn attacks humanity as a whole back. I mean, that makes sense too. Wow, Dr. P. That's amazing. Let's see here. I feel like I'll probably turn around and link this into the Kai chat. It's been 2 days since I finished East 10 and I'm still thinking about it. That's what the Claria Foil Hat channel is for. Because there's a lot to think about from that ending.
That ending that you can so easily miss.
Oh, yeah.
I remember when I was playing through it last year, buddy of mine had just finished and it's like, hey, did you see the epilogue thing? It's like, what epilogue thing? It's like,
yeah, that's me too. I was like, I had just posted on Twitter and somebody's like, you saw the epilogue, right? I'm like, what?
And they beat me to it because I was going to point you in that direction if you didn't look like you were going to go there.
Because, I mean, I went through and I actually straight up finished the game and went through the credits and everything. And I'm just like, there's more. Wait, there's more? And then we were, instead of just being done with the stream right there, we were streaming for another 2 to 3 hours. Because I had my brain melted by that. Let's see, the 20,000th loop is actually just Zemuria becoming Gagarv. Well, it is tonight, and I am a Mac. Perfect, Mac the Knife. Dr. B, I can't believe there was a point McDonald's closed at sundown. More rain. I think we only have 2 twists. It's Gagarv Mobile. No! Out of curiosity, what hit harder? The whole conga line of events that led up to the abrupt end of CS3 or the Kai ending? I think they hit in different ways. Kai, I mean, to me, it's like by the time I was getting to all that stuff in Kai, because I knew I was past the point of no return, I knew the ending was right around the corner. And I mean, I knew we were past the point of no return in CS3 as well, but I don't think I had any inclination that it would end the way it did.
We all knew it was going to be something to do with the Septarian of Time.
Yeah.
And I mean, even without retrospect, I think actually like reading the lyrics for the opening theme makes it pretty clear what was heading towards, because it's very literal about what the ending is. Very literal.
I will say this, on Sin 3, the big surprise for me is I did not expect a Sin 4. And I'm like, how do we get it? I was actually legitimately at that point, how do we get out of this? By this point in Kai, I was starting to realize, oh, we're not done yet. So I think Sin 3's ending was more of a blindside. I was surprised we didn't get to reunite with Anya, as I thought we could rescue her by the end. Yeah, that was probably the biggest surprise to me.
Yeah, that's one of the things the medallion really fucked up with me is like,
yeah,
we're giving this to her, right?
Yeah, I was expecting...
We're going to get this to her, right? Padme face.
Padme face. But, I mean, CS3's ending...
Which is especially funny because you get the medallion and it's like, you can only equip it to her. So the only time you can use it is in Grim Garden.
Yep. So...
and it is ridiculously powerful, too.
So the big thing was... The big thing with Sin 3 is, I mean, that reaction to Sin 3's ending is still one of my top clips on my channel. Because, again, I was very much I was going into the start of that dungeon thinking, this is it. We're at the end of the Cold Steel arc. We're going into it. And by the time I'm like, okay, this is it. This is the final dungeon. This, and this. So, yeah, sledgehammer to the face while Kai is the band playing on the Titanic. So, basically, I went into the final dungeon expecting this is the end of the Erebonia arc. And then everything goes wrong. Everything that could go wrong goes wrong. All of my expectations of it being the end of the Erebonia arc are just crumbling apart and all of this. And it's just really one of those really, really shocking things. So it's like it was not so much the loss of the characters with the loss in finger quotes of the characters with the explosion of the Courageous. I have a story on that, by the way. That is hilarious. But hey, Ribos! It wasn't so much the loss of the characters as it was, holy shit, what the fuck? I thought this was the end of the arc, is what that was. And it just did not stop with any of this. And then you get to with Osborne grabbing on the, like Osborne as
Osborne kind of does the shining finger on Reed.
Yeah, and you're just kind of like, and then the end. It's the credits. No continuation. What the fuck? What happened to our end? What happened to the end of our arc?
Luffy.
What?
Play until the end of the damned fairy tale.
So Osborne currently in hell watching the end of Kai. First time, Roy, a door slam, or either shining finger or he was going to go Sachiel.
That works too.
Kai, the big thing is that all throughout Kai, I want you to know, Kai, on the other hand, I had a fortune with something with my PS5 because the PS5 shows your percentage of the game. But the thing was, Kai was sitting stuck at 60%. And so I think when I started on that last day, Kai was still saying 60% on stream at the start of the stream. And then I finished it, and that's like suddenly 100%. Like, wait, that was the last 40% right there in this one. Then again, that was an 11-hour stream, so probably. But it was really, really very much maybe the PS5 was trying to tell you something, maybe. So it was the comment earlier, let me find who said it. The Underground Control Center, Mario. The Underground Control Center did not feel like the true final dungeon. It did not. And I mean, something else that I had said to Sniff during that stream before Renee did the about face on everyone was I was like, that is actually really incredible that we have a final battle, like being with Kashim and the others. I was like, that's kind of interesting because Sniff is just like, with what he said, I was expecting, oh, hey, I just noticed my Steam notification pop up showed up there on the corner. I was like, what is that? Has not been a boss all arc. No, he hasn't. I think that's really incredible. But the thing I want to get to with this is that I really liked that in a way, before you count Renee and the Grendel Shaddai fight, the last fight really kind of is an actual person fight. And I really liked that. I really, really liked that. And then you get into the spectacle of the Grendel Shaddai fight, and that was just taking it up to 11, and I thought it was incredible. By the way, that transition between phases was so fucking cool. The set piece of the middle phase, when it was just one-on-one between Van and Renee, was incredible. Because not only do you have the field battle going on with it, but you also have those little drones flying around above. And it's like, it is such a complicated set piece from Falcom that it was really, really incredible.
Yep, I mean, question,
oh my God, someone set off the Famitsu autoresponder.
Hey, Floofy, there's one more answer question we can ask.
Yes.
How can Van breathe in space?
How can Van breathe in space? I have not looked back at the Famitsu articles, Ronan. I probably should. Mario says, I hate Kai's ending. Affectionate. It's so disastrously wonderful, eerie, and depressing. Next, Terra Maverick says, he's a demon lord. Simple.
Okay, in that case, how can Renee breathe in space?
The same reason that the Kong family can breathe underwater, according to Sonic Boom. It works if it looks cool. BZ says, it's all inside the box. And then Grendel, baby! Because Renee's dick is just that big. What the fuck? So you're not actually in space. I mean, that's... You know what? That's actually a crazy thought on that. But that's actually a thing, that it's not as vacuumy as they thought it would be. You didn't see the air bubbles that Renee collected during the boss fight? Mayor made sure to splice Tiger Thresher DNA beforehand. I can't wait to get back into more Borrow Trauma, y'all. It's fake space. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's actually what I think it is. I think they treated it like space, like it was going to be a vacuum, like there was going to be no oxygen, but it's probably all part of this fake system involved with leg yarn. Yeah, and that was such a cool, again, that's that piece. Without a doubt, one of the coolest, that whole sequence is without a doubt one of the coolest final battles I think that Falcom has done. I also want to point out that I was so fucking tired of making so many mistakes on that stream. It was insane. I want to also point out, I have to apologize. Somebody in chat asked if I liked Nayuta. I fucking misread you. If you're in this chat now, I apologize. I misread the message, and for some reason, my sleep-deprived brain thought it was Naruto. No, I don't like Naruto. I don't like Naruto. When it was actually supposed to be, I love Nayuta. I'm making that record straight now. I love Nayuta. Totally.
I mean, it was only Floofy. It was only like what, 5 in the morning at that point.
Oh my god, I was exhausted, y'all. But Naruto no Kiseki, though. I mean, I want to believe. Wait, is that? So I would have set that record straight. For the longest time, I was wondering how we were going to get that Grendel van sitting on the moonshot. Totally forgot it in the craziness of the finale, and then like, what? When it found that was so good. Believe it! That's Tokyo Xanadu, not Naruto. Naru Nayuta. Wow. What is it with 5 a.m. in JRPGs anyway? I know, right?
DK. Yes, because their stated goal is we want to observe what happens with the Septarian.
Mm-hmm.
So... yeah, the Septarian needs to be doing shit for them to do their jobs.
Yep.
And Campanella basically said at the end, so yeah, Eternal Recurrence really starts now when the reset happens.
Please forgive me, I was watching. I fell asleep while you were fighting the second half of Shaddai. I was so tired. Trust me, Mario, I was fighting to not fall asleep. But it was just, the only thing keeping me up was the adrenaline of the Kiseki ending. I don't remember my head hitting the pillow when I finally went to sleep. Oh, wait, no, I do remember, because I remembered Evie was being a brat.
And woke you up like 2 hours later, I think you said?
It was like an hour and a half or something. Rebo says, remember, I'm in PST now. Kiseki adrenaline, there you go. I injected in my veins, Kondo. Empowered 3, yeah.
Wait, Ribos. You're in SoCal now?
Yeah,
oh,
he is.
shit, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, I knew he was moving. I didn't know it had already happened.
Mm-hmm. Yes, James is on the call. Hi, Rebo. It's not just me and you. And see, I don't like Naruto. I never liked Naruto. Stop asking me about Naruto, ma'am. This is a Wendy's. Thank you, Magnus. That was exactly what it is. I was there in your Vampire Survivor stream, and everyone who was there for the final Kai stream sounded so sleep deprived. My gosh, and I
had to be up like 2 hours after that to do a long ass drive for work. So like,
oh my god. Ribo says, dude, James, I moved in August.
Oh my god. You didn't tell me?
Sniff, is that what were you singing what I think you were? He didn't even answer me. Lately Sniff has been obsessed with the hacking minigame music from Kai.
It is a good song.
It is a good song. And he was another thing here is what you guys might not know is there's a window in my office that goes to another room. That window is to my music room, and that's the room that goes to the patio in the backyard. And when taking the dogs out, if Sniff is saying something, I can hear him just trail through in there, and he just walked through, bum 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 bum, like at the beat of the song, and I'm just like, okay. During AX, that's what I stayed an extra week for. Okay, there you go. Dr. P, that's my secret. I'm always sleep deprived.
Yeah, during AX, that's what they say next. That makes sense.
You know, I was actually looking for one of the jobs I applied for was with Southwest Airlines, so I could just get free trips to fly out and see you guys in SoCal.
Mm.
I missed the fun of just hanging out with you guys for AX. I can't ever do AX again because of my immune system nowadays, but I had my spleen taken out.
I mean, we could put you in one of those borrowed trauma environment suits, Floofy.
That would be hilarious. It'd be the best cosplay ever. Nobody's ever cosplayed from Borrowed Trauma. I would be happy with that. Dr. Pikachu. Meanwhile, me, due to the chores, I'm always sleeping for 13 hours. Das spleenless. Yep, Rainbows. But basically, as a result, I have no means to fight off infections anymore from the cold and viral or bacterial infections, because I did. My spleen was taken out last November. I was down for 4 weeks because, y'all, that shit hurt. So, thank you. Is that the meme I think it is? Is that the, yep. So, because of my condition, my, a normal spleen is like half a pound, so about like 5 to 6 ounces. I had a hemolytic anemia, the big thing was that it was a hemolytic anemia because my spleen was destroying my blood cells, thinking they were foreign objects. The spleen doing what it's supposed to do, but it's actually killing the wrong things, pretty much. So my spleen ended up being about 6 pounds. It sits on top of your stomach. Mine sat there and spilled over the side down to my pelvis. And so I found out that I was a basic ticking time bomb, that if I took a hit below the rib cage, my spleen had enough blood in it that if the spleen ruptured, I probably would have bled out on the spot. It was that bad.
Ooh.
And so last year, I had an issue with my foot, a really bad issue with it, that ended up being a cut that ended up getting MRSA in it. And MRSA is no fucking joke, y'all. So I was on some crazy antibiotics, and then it turned out that my blood condition does not react well to MRSA. Surprise, surprise. And I went aplastic. Basically, my bone marrow stopped working. The way I described it is my bone marrow went on strike for poor working conditions. And I had to go into the hospital for an emergency transfusion. Oh yeah, by the way, my antibiotics were $2,000 for 20 count, according to Walgreens. And then I found them at a little family mom and pop pharmacy for $50. So Walgreens is a fucking scam, y'all. That was my rude awakening to that. But anyway, my normal hemoglobin count should be like, now it would take about 3 to 4 minutes for me to clot from a little cut. So it doesn't clot normally, but it does, but it's slow to do so. A normal hemoglobin count for a woman should be between I think 11 and 14. I think that's what it should be. My normal was 8 to 10 because of my blood condition and my spleen's activity and stuff. The day that I had that aplastic crisis, when I was finally brought into the ER, I was at 3.8. Like when you're in the levels of where it's fatal is 5 and below. It turns out that I was at the point where my organs should have started shutting down at that point. And I had no fucking clue, because I'm just like, oh, it's that low. So, the scariest transfusion, but the thing was that my body never really recovered from that. And over the next 5 months, I ended up having another 6 transfusions. And so then my doctor was just like, we're just getting rid of your spleen. And I spent a good November and a good chunk of December last year basically off my feet, because the scar is like a 11 to 12 inch scar from like my sternum down to just past my belly button. And we were making jokes that my surgeon practically delivered a baby. And my longtime friend Draconis, his youngest son, my spleen was heavier than his youngest son, literally. Quite, and that's not a joke. It's real, really that. So there you go. That's the story for that. But as a result, I have no real immune system. I mean, I do, but my immune system is basically crippled at this point. So going someplace like Anime Expo with like 100,000 or more people in the convention center is basically like no go at this point. So I will never be able to go to AX again, which is kind of sad. Long story short, there's that explanation. I'm going to probably not this year because I don't have a job right now, but when I'm working again, is there no way for it to recover? No. Your spleen is a major part of your immune system. It is what filters out infections that are in your bloodstream. So if I get sick, it's not so much that the infection is worse. It's that there's no way to get rid of it if it's in the blood. So it will end up going septic. And at that point, shit gets crazy. And there you go. But I do want to try to go to MagFest at some point. It's a completely different situation, but it's a similar condition. It's really kind of crazy. But that's the reason I'm open about it, is because I think stuff like this needs to be talked about more, because my condition, it's called hereditary spherocytosis. It's going to MagFest in a hazmat suit. I'll just probably have like a respirator mask on or something like that. I know somebody who has immunocompromised issues, and they went to he went to PAX West. I shouldn't be around sick people. I should be very cautious. I need to be on top of my vaccinations. I was very fortunate. I'll be going like Darth Vader. The most fortunate part about my layoff was I was given 5 weeks of advance notice that it was happening, because I had to train my replacements, which, by the way, is bullshit. But the layoff, I had 5 weeks of notice, of leeway, of head time to start getting my shit together. So my first thing I did is I was like, appointments with all of my doctors to get things arranged. Like one of my doctors just basically gave me a shit ton of like more vaccinations and stuff. So I don't feel uncomfortable. I'm just a little worried about things. If I get sick, that's a problem. My hematologist actually gave me a prescription of antibiotics ahead of time, that if I suddenly develop a fever, just start taking them. And then reach out to a doctor if I need to. That kind of stuff. So I feel like I have my ducks in a row, to use a phrase, for this period of unemployment. And I have insurance through Obamacare or ACA or whatever now. And that's expensive, unsurprisingly. And it just started, so I'm covered again. Makes me grateful that my spleen is at least intact. Yeah, sorry we're laying you off, but it's kind of, sort of, but clearly disrespecting you. So how about we keep going and have you train your replacement too? Yeah, that was... on the other hand, like I said, they've done a lot. They put me into coaching for job placement, so I appreciate that. I highly recommend not going to China. Yeah, there's actually a whole list of places I can't visit, which is kind of sad. But enough about that. Let's get back to Kiseki. That's what we're really here for. Sorry to derail that completely, James. That was...
No, it's fine.
No.
But yeah, I would love to go to AX again, but I can't. So I would like to just someday visit LA again, just to hang out with friends. And
well, even that would be a risk, though, because of the flight.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why I would take a mask, respirator, that kind of thing. I think with a flight, there's less of a... And I know that a big thing is that people without their spleens do live really good lives. They just have to be one step ahead of everything. Like if I go to LA, I would have to have a set of antibiotics on hand with me when I go, just in case something goes wrong. The important thing is that if I have an infection of some sort, I have to be on antibiotics immediately. The sooner I get on those, the better I am, because that's the way I'll fight them off that way. So, sorry, I need the bomb. But Also that, and I have like medical ID bracelets and stuff. And that's the funny thing is, one of the things I've thought about doing in my unemployment is picking up some beads and actually start making my own ID bracelets. Because my I have mine, yeah. My medical ID bracelets, see you BZ, have little alligator clasps, so I can actually take the tags off. Let me see here. Or I can take the tags off and I can change out the bracelet. So I was thinking about making my own bracelets, and I asked on Blue Sky, what colors do you associate with Ouroboros? Because I'm thinking I might make some Kiseki themed bracelets. I think that'll be fun. Stream elements again. So you want to see the last Famitsu article where they basically gave away Nina and Kevin, please, yeah. Go ahead and link me to it. I'm basically open for anything at this point.
But that is why we put that in there.
Oh,
during the actual streaming of the game.
Okay, let's see this. Wow. She has taken measures into her own hands by giving a certain order to Kevin, the Fifth Dominion, as if to agree with President Gramhart's Startaker. Wow.
Yeah, that's saying too much.
Okay, I got some water in here still. Man, that's like... Man, I hadn't even seen these screenshots of the Grandmaster.
Oh, hey, and she's, yeah, right there in front of the archive.
Yep. I'd seen the art. I fucking love that art, by the way. Keep going, you'll see a screenshot from the last mech battle. Oh my god. Oh, the DLCs. God, what is For some reason, I saw Judith in that color made me think, like, did they dress Judith up like Catra? What? The second Grandmaster pick we've seen. The other two we never saw in game. Oh, look at that scene again. Well, as far as we know, technically what we have been told about Barkhorn Stigma is that it's what Gaius has now. Man. I love that screenshot. That screenshot's
And
great.
multiple people do say, yeah, you don't have a Stigma anymore, so what are you going to do?
Yep. Because it can do that now, apparently.
That.
Yeah.
They can do that?
They can do that? That was still... I could punch really hard. Really, really hard. And then he punches them. Get this? Her expression in that screenshot is so good.
Even better with context.
Yep. Okay, also, for people who don't know, so why the change after telling us it wasn't transferable? They didn't necessarily tell us it wasn't transferable. They
just implied it very, very, very heavily.
Mm-hmm.
I have to describe it.
Yeah, it's extremely heavily implied. And it's like, it feels like the way they word it is they're letting us come to the decision that it isn't. Which,
and here's something else.
That's very Septian Church, by the way, Yotes.
Yep. But here's something else. So we finally get backstory on Sleece and Leon, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how their stigmas also activated in response to trauma, which fits the pattern of everybody other than Gaius.
Mm-hmm.
They're still trolling us with this, I think.
I'm pretty sure that something happened. My God, what if it was that, like, something happened that Barkhorn did lose his stigma, and that's not it that Gaius has.
By the way, Dr. B, well done. I approve.
Okay, Dad. First of all, I made sure Rena and Crow knew the safe word up front. So another hidden... I mean, that's the big thing, is I think I think-
wasn't
oh,
it?
go ahead.
Wasn't it like confirmed that basically Van's remnant of demon shit actually cursed him, and that is implied to have been part of why he lost the stigma?
Oh, that's. I don't remember that, but then again, I've watched the Norton
like in
since
one of
then, so.
in one of his Connect events, and Kai outright mentions that he
right.
was cursed. That
Right.
and the timing would match up around the time when Gaius got his stigma.
Yeah. Huh. I'll look back at that Connect event then, because I know exactly which Connect event that is.
The one when they go camping.
Yeah, that's exactly the one I was thinking it is. I'll have to look back at that again. That sounds like something for me to just grab and just transcribe and throw into the Millinote entirely, maybe. But yeah, I do not think that,
Why did Van's demon stuff start acting up again? Even it seems like the implication has been that even when the like diabolic core, demon core is not in him, he's still connected to it.
yeah, he's still got influence from it. So it's like, even, like, how
I
do
mean,
you see
look
him? Go ahead.
Yeah, like he reacts before anybody else does when not Zoa appears.
Yeah.
He freaks out, then Cassim freaks out, and then they're both like, Emilia, shit's coming your way. You might want to do something about that.
Yeah. Wasn't that talked about in Daybreak 2 when Van was talking to Leon? Oh, I don't remember that entirely.
Yeah,
I know
no,
it came up because that's
yeah,
what
it was brought up. Yeah, it was brought up in the sense because fun fact, I had planned to finish Daybreak 2 well before Kai came out, and then I got closer and closer to TGS. I ended up basically going like right through the end of Act 2 in Daybreak 2, all the way through Kai in basically 3 weeks.
My God.
And melting your brain, I assume.
Yeah.
If I had the time, I would have probably pulled a Kuro 2 before Kai. But considering I finished Kuro, like Daybreak, the English Daybreak, the day before, that wasn't happening.
Yeah, what
Kai.
Darth Knight is mentioning, that's exactly what I'm talking. Actually, let me check. I might have it on my PS app because I'm pretty sure I did take a screenshot of that.
Okay, cool.
Let me 1 second. I took so many fucking screenshots.
One of the earliest screenshots we got of Kai had Renan Crow's tearfings at night with text that matched Amelia's, which didn't happen again. That's just
Falcom flies.
Yeah.
With those screenshots, they just.
If anything, it's notable that so many of the screenshots were just absolutely real this time.
Yeah,
This
that's
time,
true.
yeah.
This time. We had to pull 5 Kuro streams a week to pull that off last week, didn't we? For the last 2 weeks, yes. Yes, we had to do that. I basically stopped playing FF14 to be able to get that extra stream in for Kuro, for Daybreak. Man, look at that. Yep, there it is. Y'all. Y'all.
Y'all Ritter?
Y'all Ritter. Where is it?
I have so many screenshots. My PS app is shitting itself trying to load all of them.
I understand the feeling entirely.
All right, 1 second. Let me turn on my PS5. I'll open up OBS and some shit.
Yeah, I think was it Sniff that used Y'all Ritter the first time?
Probably.
It sounds like a sniffism, and that's probably going to end up becoming the name of my viewers is Y'all Ritter. I love it. I love it so much. My PS4 is filled up with the 13 gigs of screenshots and videos. Guys, you know what? Hang on, where is it?
Only 13 gigs.
Y'all.
Rookie numbers.
Yeah, 1 second. I know that's way more on my end. Okay, OBS.
I think this is a 5 terabyte Toshiba Pocket hard drive. This actually has been formatted for me to connect to my PS5 like a USB stick. And every once in a while, I dump all of my images and videos on there. Can't you trip to your PC, or so you don't have to? It's just that it's easier, I think, unless you do like USB sticks or something like that.
The transfer is so slow from the
It really is.
PlayStation to a USB.
Yes, it's very slow for that. So what I tend to do is I will grab it off the app and then I will send it to someone on Discord and then grab it that way. That is so much faster. Or sometimes I would actually just, because I was doing 100 Days of Gaming during Kai.
Hey, Floofy.
What's up?
When did we get the 1.04 update for Kai?
Just now, I think, because I just started playing, like replaying something today, and I saw it pop up. I don't even know what's in it yet.
Oh, Falcon will post about it. Let's take a peek. Huh? Kai's on their top list again. That's going to be all the way up here. Hold on. Product. It's under there. Oops, dude. Because sometimes they'll support information.
Just so people understand, just from Kai no Kiseki alone, I have 2.6 gigabytes of screenshots and videos.
Okay.
I think I have a lot more than that, but I haven't checked in a while. Cause I transferred it over.
Oh, it's just like bug fixes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's bug fixes and improvements. That's a joke I hadn't done in a while. So, Flippy, do you want to see my team? I think you want to see my team. I think we'll be destroying Zoa Gilstein or what? Not Zoa. Are you sure? Am I sure that? I would say that it could be code that could activate Bunny Anya's. That's what's coming with the guide.
This might take a while. I'm scrolling through these screenshots before I find it. I know I took a screenshot of it.
Hang on a sec. Hang on.
I mean, if they really want to hurt us, they could have Diva Agnes or whatever that you want to call her as a new costume. Actually, that would be cool.
No, I have screenshots of the Connect event, but not that specific thing.
Let me minimize Windows here. I'll bring this over here real quick. Look at this. This is my drive for my PS5. From my PS5. These are just video clips. Let's see here. Screenshots. I basically took everything and put it all on this. Let's see here. For my archived recordings, since PS5 doesn't pause most games when taking video photos, I have gotten really... You can thank Helldivers for me getting really fucking good at making quick saves of video clips. The reason I don't have more pics/videos is because I lowered the length from 15 minutes to 3 to 5 minutes, and I have all the important stuff. Yep. Let's see here. Oh man, how many screenshots do I have here? 1 gig of screenshots, and my videos is 60 gigs.
Okay, that definitely is going to beat whatever I have. I'm going to go check now too. I'm curious.
Wait a second! I just realized you can rewatch Connect events.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
okay,
I can go back. I can go back and do that. I just didn't want to do that right now.
Yeah, let me do it really quick.
60 gigs of videos. Yeah, I have my videos saved in 1080p, though I don't actually save. And some of them are full-length videos, like 15, 30-minute videos, specifically to be able to go in and grab content out of them.
Okay, yeah, I have, let's see, 1.7 gig screenshots and 29 gigs videos.
I think my East 10 folder for videos is ridiculous, too, because I was like, East 10 is extremely gifable. 52 gigs for videos on that. This is part of the reason that I like taking screenshots of the Series X. It's just 1 click of the social button as opposed to 2 with Sony. You can set it to be 1 click.
Yeah.
I set it to 1 click on the Sony and then press and hold to get access to the menu.
Yep.
I press and hold to get access to the menu, and then I can actually do the video real quick. Yeah. It's a setting. It is actually a setting. Rewatching Connect events from Grim Garden? Didn't you have like 150 save files for every possible... Shh!
No, that Ronan,
That's for something
that's
else.
my shtick.
That's. I think I've got a lot of save files, but Yotes definitely has me beating save files. I know for a fact.
Yeah, I may be a little bit over obsessive about saving before, plot changes.
I press and hold for the menu and one press for screenshot on PS4. Yep. Had around one. So let me see how many files was it total. I just saw 1,020 files in my screenshot folder for Kai. Let's see. That moment was just like I was cooking for real. Did y'all see my 100 days of gaming tweet for that day? It was just the cake right here.
That
only thing you can
there
show
is
from that
so
day.
many there is so many fucking connect events in this game that should have been main story, and that Nina one is exhibit 1.
Yotes has plenty to say about that.
Yes, I think I said that for every Connect event that I
I think you
watched.
did. I think you did.
Like, why is this not MSQ? Why is this not MSQ?
Let's see here.
At least the fact that they do make it so you can always go back to them in the garden.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we know that you're going to do this. We're going to make it so you can see everything. And therefore, it's all super canon. Oh god, that...
Super Balcon!
Ulrika is a treasure. Let me just say that.
I love Ulrika so much.
You can't understand half of what she's saying, but she's amazing.
She's so good. There it is. Ulrika is our Oshi. Darth, I think we kill her off next game. Oh, no. Oh, with Hamilton. So what do you think Hamilton's role will be in the next game? She's already completed her plan, so what's there left for her? I can't get over horn-eyed demons.
Technically, she hasn't completed... I mean, she's done her insurance, but, the world's still got a time limit before it gets reset again.
Hi.
So,
We got a shark. Hi.
Eevee Shark, do, Eevee Shark.
Hey, baby. Come here. Come here. You want... Okay. Oh, we're back to this. We're back to this.
Is it
Okay.
that?
Let me make sure she's not sitting on my cable. There we go.
I'm gonna double check something because I might actually, since I
No,
did the
don't.
2 games right next to each other, I might actually be conflating what happened in Kuro 2 and what happened in Kai.
Miss
I
Madam.
might be conflating.
There we
Let's
go.
see.
I sensed you weren't talking about me. We need to fix that. Is that what you were sensing? Hi. Hi. She is such a spoiled brat, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah. Hi. Baby. Puppy. Let's see here.
Luffy, you know what has to happen, right?
What? Hubris? Yeah. Yeah, that has to happen. There we go. I still cry at the Elaine one. Do we have Amelie pulling double duty with Ulrika? That would be wild. Intensify! Hello!
I mean, Ulrika says things really, really fast, but she doesn't have a lot of lines.
Yeah.
So.
Gamria, go ahead and send the link in here so I can look at them. How's everyone doing in Intensify? Thank you for the raid. As a heads up, we are having talk about spoilers because this is a post Kai no Kiseki stream. So it's basically all series spoilers happening in here. My gosh, Evie, what are you doing? She has curled her head right around. She is holding her head back. Oh, you just finished. Well, perfect timing.
Welcome to the
then.
copium.
Welcome to the copium. I will go over to our Millinote board.
Okay, so I think actually that CG was in Kuro 2 because I checked I checked both the Connect events in Kai and I could not find it,
Okay.
but I know it exists. So I think it was in Kuro 2.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait to play Kuro 2 with the English release because the English release of Daybreak was so fucking good that I'll probably follow through on that and just play it then.
And it won't be long anyways.
It won't be, yeah. Where we discuss possible ways to save Anya's from her fate. Yes. The Anya's Rescue Association, the ARA.
I do like the
Ada?
summary of the final chapter
Ada.
is just Gramhart saying to Arc Red Solutions, I'm really impressed that you guys are all willing to commit treason for my daughter. I appreciate that. Could you sit the fuck down so your plan to save her from me doesn't interfere with my plan to save her from herself?
And before we fight Anya's as a boss, oh my gosh, that would be wild. Stay tuned for Trails Through Daybreak 2, Red versus Blue. If he's on the news, watch someone make the pitfall of asking him see what he sees happening next.
So Fabio's going to be a guest party member in the next game, right?
Oh my god, that's going to be wild.
That depends. Can Van punch him again?
I was actually surprised at how much I liked those quests.
Yeah.
All right, from the official website itself. Wow, I didn't even focus too much on those. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Oh, let me kill that. My little web converter.
Wow, that is...
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess this specific image, if you did the post-game stuff in Kuro 2, it's kind of like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how that is. It's,
They do treat like anything that comes up in post game as like you have done this by the next game.
Yeah.
Like
They-
Black Records and CS3.
Like, when we talk about side content in Trails games, we are talking... It is kind of like... What's the best way of putting it? It is side content in the sense that technically you don't have to do it to complete the game, but it's a Trails game. No content is actually optional.
right. I mean, it's like, I think one of the things about this that gets me, and this is something, so I'm not as opposed to it as some people are, because I think having it as side content makes people discuss it. And be like, oh, did you see this? Wait, what? Okay, now I have to go back and check. And I think it's kind of a way to keep the game alive in a person, let it live rent free in a person's head in a way.
And DK, to answer your question, she's talking about Dingo basically being someone who cooperated with her via the 8th Genesis, she doesn't say Genesis, after his death. So yeah, the whole Dingo situation that comes out in post-game.
And this is the reason it's so hard to work on. Ah, poor Rivos. Also, poor Marielle, yep. Oh, okay. My god, this is like the Sentinel's block of extra life all over again, I think.
And of course, now Mariel's got the ending of the game living rent-free in her head until things come around again.
Are you gonna be...
Because she's the one who saw the unmasked remnant.
Yep.
And it's like, what?
Oh boy, it's raptor time. Oh Lord, she's sharking, yep. Baby. Why are you go... And Cray before explosion, yep.
That was just evil.
Yeah, that was. Also, what the heck was that whole thing with Mariel and Lapis and past Cray? Was that just because of the altar core? I think
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Because those things are they react like the Genesis do. And like later on, we see the flashback, but it's actually presented as the characters literally looking into the past in real time. Same situation.
No, not looking into the past.
Or being there, yes.
Yeah. Which makes sense, because if the Ultra Cores can transport water from a future that never actually exists, that makes sense that it can do that.
Yeah.
But why did it react to Lapis like that? I don't think it was so much reacting to... I think it was... I'm trying to think what I'm trying to find a way to put what I'm in my head on this. Well, I have a puppy trying to bite my fingers.
I think it might have been because Lapis earlier was, thinking to herself, I'm not feeling the same thing that everyone else is. Like, everyone else is so sad, I'm not. Like, is there something wrong with me for not feeling this way?
Yeah.
I feel like it reacted to her emotion. And it was reacting to Mariel's emotions in the same way, because that's, like, this is where Dingo died.
Yeah.
And they just happened to be the ones that then got caught in the effect.
Hi.
Wait, blue eye glowing.
Oh yeah, what if Lapis's eyes glowed blue just before?
Wait, oh fuck. If that's the implication, then Agnes didn't just delete the memory, she deleted her time from the timeline.
Oh god.
Ronan, I doubt that because the entire point of what Agnes was doing was we don't want to go back to the Great Collapse. Like, we want to go a lot less than that. And the Grand Reset, start point is go to after the Great Collapse.
Yeah.
So, like, it's just not an option, I don't think.
Yeah. And you weren't here, so you didn't hear the whole discussion. It seems... Wait, no, Dark Knight was here. I was thinking of someone else. Yeah. But, yeah.
I am changing the way my monitor is set up here. So for these screenshots don't get weird. There we go. Yeah, not because of her or this reset will, but somehow we are there or just see a glimpse of it. I think my guess is the way the Alter Core reacted. It was like how Hamilton said that the Alter Core reacted to them to give them that boost for that fight. I think it was a reaction like that on its own, and something just kind of crossed with what Lapis is as a result. All right. Let's see here. It's interesting going through pre-release photos now to see what crumbs they put in for the game. Yeah. Well, I mean, I am very, very, very critical, kind of not in a bad critical, but in a, I don't really trust Falcom's pre-release screenshots these days. Let me see if I can find the page for that. Hold on. Here, let me dig around over here with it. Give me a second. McBurn in the field. Yep. You know what? Actually, we'll pull it up here. We'll dig here together. Games. Wow, this is actually a really cool site. McBurn in the field, was that CS4 or CS3?
3.
3, thank you. That screenshot. I don't trust them anymore because of that screenshot. That is... That was a... No, he never did.
I think if you look in... I think it's Sarah's, where she's tailing Lecter. And it's in the middle of Raquel.
Yeah.
But yeah, that wasn't where that happened either.
Yeah. Let me see here. No, I don't see it here. I do see it. We did see that one.
No, that's not the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Maybe Lecter's?
Maybe. Let's take a look. Characters. Let's see here. I trust them more on screenshots with shots with dialogue. I want to point out something. Let me find something. Was it Ashes? It was CS4 for this one. Hang on. Oh, that's the support page for that. Let's see here. No, it wasn't. It wasn't CS4. Shit, I'm trying to remember which one it was. This one was a completely fabricated screenshot. It was insane.
Are you thinking of the one with Crow and the
There it is. It's this one. This dialogue, we saw the scene at it. We saw the scene from a different angle. We could not see Ash in this scene. So basically, it looks like they constructed the scene. They just moved the camera of the scene and showed us this instead for the pre-release. Which is really interesting. Because I remembered I was doing I think my realization of this is I was actually looking for this because of Ash's eye. So I was doing this whole thing, looking around, trying to find it, just like, shit, why can't I find this moment? And so then I ended up going with Juan, and he and I were just scouring and we realized, oh shit, when this line from Randy happens, you're facing Randy and Ash is off camera. It's really interesting that that's even a thing on that. So there's that one. Let me see here, characters. Nope, it's not there. I can't remember the Sarah one. I remember the screenshot. I don't remember where it would be. It may have been just a promo one that they released that's not on the site.
Yeah, it could have been.
Because I think it was one of the very early ones when they announced it. So, I am very I make it a point that when I see a screenshot from Falcom, I don't hold it to 100% fact when it first before the game is out. What? Not my fault. I swung first. Let's see here. Oh no, it's all true in canon. It just happened in a different loop. Oh,
that is now the explanation for everything.
Yep. Yes, it is. Never gonna hear this theme the same ever again? Nope. I'm curious.
So, do you guys think the music that plays during Agnes's confession is going to have a vocal version that's the credits theme for the next game?
Oh my god.
It sounds like an instrumental of a vocal theme.
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. Don't think so. Did the ending theme of the Kuro, which never got one? I'm like, huh.
Don't mind me. I'm having a moment.
Also, I forget who it was. Somebody in chat was basically asking when the game started, so what kind of final battle are we going to have when this song plays over it? Falcom. Surprise!
Oh.
Instead, we got the Nier music.
Sorry, I'm having a web developer moment. Don't mind me. Interesting. Wow, this is really kind of cool.
Bose, don't give Kondo ideas, please.
We all know that Floof is a nerd when she looks at dev tools. You fucking better believe it. This is really actually kind of cool of how they've done some of this. Sorry, it is very much a nerd moment.
Yes, Ronan.
CS3 opening tutorial that no one could explain will finally be explained with loops. Yep. That's when we get all the vocal themes.
I think the opening isn't a loop thing. I think it's an ultra core thing.
Oh yeah, that
because
makes sense.
we get the explanation for the normal end and true end both being canon is the Ultra Core being like, let's roll that back.
I did see the web CMs. Don't worry, I did see those. I think I stopped the Famitsu issue before the Grandmaster was revealed.
Chat, if you want to know exactly which song I was talking about, where I said I think the song from Agnes's Confession is going to be a vocal theme for like the credits, maybe like listen to this. You can almost see where the vocals would be.
Here, I'll pull it up. Let's pause Spotify for this. And I'll just keep being a nerd over DevTools for a moment.
Like the piano, you could swap out that piano for like a vocal track instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Bose, look at it this way. Zero's ending without Estelle and Joshua meant no Ren, which meant that was a dead end. So, it could very well be. And boy, would people be up in arms if that turned out to be the case. Angelica saved the, Zemuria, guys.
Jumping in the DevTools and not using the Kuro 2 hacking music? Shock. Now, I was like, here's a nerd moment. Here's the JavaScript that's being used to power that carousel on the page. This thing right here. I'm having another moment. Did they actually angle these themselves, or is it images angled? That would definitely be Kia resets the timeline background. What the fuck? That's my job. Oh, wait, that's illegal.
You do wonder though, what would happen if the someone asked Kia, or before that the original Demiurgos, like, please tell me what's happening causality-wise in, 1,200 years. And she just goes blue screen of death. Like, well, that's not good.
Now, the thing I was also pointing out for any other web nerds, that's actually, that angle on all the images is actually in the code. So all the images are actually square-shaped. And they have transformed them in the code to have that angle. That's really cool. That is actually really cool. The scene also plays right before she sacks herself when the group tried to talk her down too. Yes, it did. My God, you know what? Fairy being like, it's not work anymore if I'm not getting paid for it, Ribos. Oh no, you're meaning with the song. Okay, sorry. Something I've been thinking about is how it basically is too late for the group to convince Agnes to not do this, since the grand reset was minutes away from happening. So even if they convinced her, there was no time to to the web dev? Okay. There was no time to formulate any other solution, so she had to do this failsafe. Yup. I think I love the fairies. I don't know what's happening, but you can't do this.
She is such a precious cinnamon roll.
I know, fairies so precious. I just adore her so much.
She is the most precious, violence-happy little Jaeger ever.
Fairy with the enthusiasm and is it violence? Is it violence? Determination. Okay, that works too.
I love in like Daybreak 1 where like you like early on in a chapter she finds out about stalkers and whatnot, and then like you get to that side quest and it's like, is this the point where I get to beat them up?
And she is so excited that she got to beat him up.
Yeah.
Van is one thing, but Fairy, for Fairy's other older sister figure, we will get her back. It reminds me, I was actually going over my 100 Days tweets the other day. It feels weird to be done with 100 Days of Gaming. Like, legit feels weird. Let's see, where is it? I had that exchange, oh my god, in the Memorial Park with Fairy and Aaron. It's going to be interesting how Van gets the cast back in the next game. I agree, Yuna. Absolutely. Where is it? She was the only one who went with Van to run towards Anya. That's right! Wait, Rin slept. Anya's? No. Rin needs to save her so she can sleep her too. No. I don't see that happening.
But Floofy though.
But Yotes though.
It would be a bright slap.
Oh, get out. Here it is. This was the exchange that I love. Hang on. From Daybreak.
Are we there yet? Or at least halfway there?
Tired already? You're so pathetic.
Says the guy who let the little monster get the drop on him.
You wanna go, Pipsqueak?
Yeah, let's go.
Adio, save me.
Poor Van. And then
Van's like, do I have to turn this car around, people?
Sure is. Perfect place to take a girl out on a rendezvous boat ride.
Huh, that's a fun idea.
Are you two for real? You're getting along now?
I love them. Aaron is the man. I love Aaron. Let's see here. Coming in late, so I don't know what's been said so far, and this is a little random, but has anyone else here seen Symphogear? And if so, did Kai make you think of it several times like it did me? I haven't seen it, but I did think of a bunch of other different time travel type stories as well. Also, thank you for the follow, Yuna. That comparison kills me inside. I love them. I know. And Aaron is so great. Like even his dub was so good too. Like beat the shit out of him.
He just bounces off everybody so well.
He's so good about that. Yeah. It was just fantastic.
And then there's the infamous exchange about picking up girls. Why did he need to be picked up? Did he need to be carried somewhere?
His laugh during the auction. Yes.
Oh yeah, him and she's in the boat. They're like, "This is the best thing ever."
Aaron made you hard, and the dub was peak. Oh my, wasn't it? It was. I actually did bring that up, and I was like, I don't feel right actually putting that in the Extra Life timeline. I was like, that doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, his Japanese, both of them are great. Lip is a damn noodle. That line was just. Oh man! Speaking of it, with Damian Haas, I just found out he plays Ryoga in the dub of the Ranma reboot.
So, was I going crazy, or did Aaron's VA and Kai constantly peak his mic?
I think he did. I think he did. Especially
when he was dealing with his dad.
There was like a couple of yells where it was like, you peaked that mic. You peaked it.
Yep.
Yeah, it wasn't your imagination, I don't think.
It definitely. I think it's a Yuma Uchida thing. Shadow Hearts 2 dealt with time travel elements at the end. It was quite bittersweet. Fun fact, Aaron's dub actor is the two-shot character from DBZA who said, "We're going to fuck your face to Frieza," which is a very Aaron thing, to be honest. Yes. Yes, that is very... Yeah.
And yeah, Richie, Shadow Hearts 2 ending, yes.
God, now that we're talking about Aaron, I think genuinely one of the top 3 most memorable moments in Kai is when Aaron implies that he would actually like to fuck Judith's mom.
Yes!
Repeatedly. And Judith's like, please don't. He's literally like, wow, she's got MILF energy. Really?
Yes, that did actually happen. I took a screenshot of that and skeeted it on Blue Sky.
Wasn't there that line? I'm trying to think. It was Aaron that also said the line that the Lannisters can keep their secret by locking Judith in a room.
And then Catra joins in.
Yes, and Catra just be careful. He's going to corrupt Yume. Raivo says, "Are you trying to make Skeet happen?"
It already is happening.
It's already happening. I say tweet because it's just so embedded in my vernacular these days. On the way to Anchorville, and then once they get there, yep.
Yeah, let me find the
long before that. I think Van is similar to Yuri Hyuga in some ways, like his fear with the demon within. Bro, Aaron corrupting Yume arc. Let's go. The arc
part
I didn't know I
1
needed.
of the exchange, and let me get part 2 of the exchange.
Perfect.
And let's be real. Aaron admits, like in the beginning of the first game, yeah, I have a thing for older women. So the Anya's Fairy, you're safe around me.
Yeah.
We've known he's a MILF chaser.
Yeah, he's literally saying in this exact screenshot, it's like, man, you can't even tell how old she is.
Here's the other one. Leguiarn resets the timeline 19,999 times because it doesn't believe Maxim deserves a second shot with Paulette. Ow! Ow! Shout out to Aaron understanding about what about to happen with Agnes's confession to Van that he stops Fairy from going out. Yes. Yes. Judith Rope.
Yeah, I did notice that too, yeah.
That was rope falls, Cutro. Aaron, yo! Judith puts it back on. Aaron, lame, fun's over. That moment with Aaron and Catra, I recall that I actually had them both. I made sure to have them both in my party again in English because I needed to hear the reaction. Because that moment in Japanese was so good. What is funny, Judith's mom shares a voice actress with Lucrezia, so when they interact in the game, it's funny. To be fair, is Aaron in the wrong, though? Let me see here. I've got... Where is it? It's going to be in here. It's going to be in my Kai screenshots, which is also a ridiculous number. Oh, right. That's going to be on my PS4 category, not the... That's right, because I didn't have my PS5 yet when I had the first one. There we go. Man, this is like a blast from the...
Speaking of like Kuro, it wouldn't have mattered if you had your PS5 when Kuro came out because there was no PS5 version.
That's right. That's right.
I will always be mad that the day I finished Kuro, they released the patch that finished the game. Now, when I say this, chat, you need to understand that is not an exaggeration. There's a whole scene with Shizuna in the last chapter that did not exist in the original release. And also, they completely redid Van's S-Craft animation. They redid a bunch of cutscenes. They allowed you to unlock the frame rate. They let you skip S-Crafts. All of that stuff was not in the original release. It took them a month to patch that in.
It was really funny because I think I was like in chapter 2 or 3 when that came out because I am slow AF on games on stream.
Yeah, I had another moment with that actually when I did the Daybreak demo. Because that scene we were figuring out where
Una
Aida's group
678
went.
76. It was the Shizuna scene where she basically hitches a ride with Van across the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
But
that
there's that
wasn't
scene where-
actually in it?
Yeah, that wasn't in it.
What? Wow.
But there's that scene where you're trying to figure out where Aida's squad went, and the map in the original version does not show the northern border. It doesn't show Free Cities region. So you don't have that official,
Also,
Falcon
the
Roman
most important thing, and why they did have to finish the game. One of the images with the Dominions, they completely forgot about Kevin.
They forgot about Kevin.
Yeah.
And it was legitimately they forgot because Kevin's in the ending scene even before that patch. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't even know they went back and changed that map until I played the Daybreak demo. I'm like, wait, what? And then I go back to like my now patched copy of Kuro. It's like, oh, there it is.
Yeah,
that was not there.
That is so funny that happened in my interview. It feels like my interview started that inside joke. When Kondo forgot about Kevin when I brought him up. So funny thing about Kai is they had a patch yesterday that rebalanced some of the arts. Yeah, I saw that had a rebalancing. And the whale got nerfed.
No. My Ren build. And my Reset build.
It's okay.
To be fair,
I think I leaned harder on Black Tentacle and the Meridia Cannon. Wait, whatever it's really called.
Nebula Cannon, I think.
Nebula Cannon, yeah. I'm just so stuck with the Meridia Cannon meme now.
Yeah, me too now.
It's for those of you, if you don't know, Helldivers, we forgot Kevin again. Meridia Cannon is canon. Yes, it is. Does it still have the all cancel effect? The whale. Let's see here. Okay. See, that's the big important part, is that it has the all cancel effect.
Yep. Just in case you, forgot both Shizuna and Bearguard for a major fight and need to say fuck your buff to an
enemy. Spoilers, that happened to me.
Yeah.
Yep. She forgot both her all cancelers against Ion Epsilon.
Yeah.
I fucked up with the final boss where I didn't realize that the reason you were splitting them into groups was that the second group was going to be who you were going to have for the third phase of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no healers.
Oh.
And, that really hurts because then it's like, you don't have Anya's for the entire final battle sequence when you really fucking need a healer LB3.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really funny. It's the funny thing is about the way I've had that all planned out is I had it planned that Kasim and Van would be my damage dealers of the second batch, or the second group, or the third portion of that fight. And then Renee just fucking slayed my whole fucking party. And then they got shoved into the back with it, just like, I'm like, what the fuck?
Rybos, don't you know by now if he's 7 and third Falcon wants to use everyone? The thing is, though, is that in that specific context, it's not immediately fucking obvious.
No, it's not. I was like, how are we doing this? By the way, this is why we call it Meridia Cannon.
Yeah.
That's Meridia in Helldivers.
I would also say that with specifically the framing for why you aren't able to use the other characters in that final boss doesn't make any sense, because you're slingshotted to space and then back, but all those people should still be there.
Right. It was like, I was looking at this like, am I having to build with them too? Because the way the screen was like, wait a sec, what? You could also call it the X-Death Cannon because it looks like the Void. Yeah, yes, it does. I'm waiting for it. I know one of you guys are about to pull the trigger on that laugh. I'm just going to say it would just give them a break. I'm going to say it just to give him a break. Or they got split when he... Thank you. Or they got split when he jumped into the moon. It's just a Falcom thing. They probably want to make it tougher, Kondo, because I said so.
I mean, it does prevent you from just saying, okay, I've got Cassium, I've got Shizuna, I'm just going to,
Yes.
you know, steamroll everything with that.
And I mean, let me see. I'll pull up what happened because mine was kind of disastrous. It was one of those just like, oh God.
By the way, Floofy, did I tell you what happened to me with that final battle?
No, you didn't.
So I realized after beating it that I still had like 3 Uber weapon crafting materials that I hadn't used, and half my party had like 2 tiers of armor back. I was like, why am I dying so quickly?
Oh.
It turns out, yeah, I was badly under-equipped for that.
I remember.
And I would say that like the final boss of Kai is actually pretty difficult, even on like normal.
It
Yeah,
was. It was
it was
really. I was on
insane on
normal.
hard. I don't want to imagine Nightmare.
I was on normal, and it was really difficult. I know that Solus, because I talked to him a lot during it. I know that Solus said. Let me see here. I'm almost to the file. Hold on. There it is. I know Solus said that he had been playing on Nightmare for his run. By the way, my thumbnail for my last video. I'm so mean. I want to comment that I actually played out my thumbnails a little different this time around. All of my thumbnails are pre-release screenshots on the Kai website. Every single one of them. And what I've done in the past had to be evil. In the past, what I have done is I've gone through and just created all the thumbnails from start just to have more than what I expected to have. This time around, I built the template and I made the thumbnail the night after I was done streaming so I could have the thumbnail be somewhat themed to what happened. And as the most I'm going to die / disappear shot of Anya's, I will tell you right now, I knew I was already expecting something with Anya's, one because of the person who attempted to throw that spoiler copy pasta at me. James, this is the greatest story about how this worked out. I was sitting outside on the patio with the dogs when somebody
I saw the bod, yeah.
Yeah, and I just turned around and handed my phone to Sniff, and he's like, okay. But I knew and so I started looking on the site because I had decided by the time I got to the finale, to that chapter, that I was going to use Anya's for my last screenshot. So I was like, okay, what do I look for? And I was looking through the pre-release screenshots, and let me just show you this. Because I didn't like what any of them had until I looked at the background image for Anya's page. So I just grabbed the background of it instead of that, and I was like, that's perfect. But let me see if I can find it. Oh man, Kiseki fans can't stop from this. It was pretty. Okay, that's the first phase. Okay. It eventually got to a point where I just had to give up and start over on it, and thank God it just let me start at the next phase. Okay, yeah, this is it.
Honestly, I'm not well. The Grim Garden boss was definitely more of a pain in the ass than the final boss.
He was
but
just a damage sponge.
Right,
yeah, it's like the way they fuck with you, and it's like, okay, you're doing pretty well, you got down pretty low. Okay, what if we made it so that's constantly like regenerating itself really quick, so you need to really burst it down.
Yep. While the Vardis is, you know, all canceling you, and it's got double reflect.
Yeah, here we go. Really?
Yeah, I don't know how I would have done that fucking Grim Garden final boss without Rufus.
Many of the enemies are sponges on harder difficulties. Yeah, that's what I was hearing. You know what? I don't think oh no, I did. I stole the critical from him, and I think that was the one that wiped my party, is the move that has the critical. Any time to use these, it's this. Nightmare on Kai will be fun. Okay, no, I delayed it. Let's see here. Because I know I was really close to this moment happening. Yeah, oh yeah, this music is so near-like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Shit! Oh man, I just noticed.
Yep.
This was it. Her Campanella.
There's the "you're fucked now" moment.
Yep. So, Van and Judith both had full health on this too. Oh. Holy shit. Oh.
And Renee just does not give a shit.
And it then swapped then it swapped Van and Kashim out to put them in the back. And I'm like, and that's when everything fell apart, because that was just like, oh shit. I'm not prepared for this party like that. Because again, I planned it that Kashim and Van would be the big damage dealers, and I would swap everyone out as I needed on them.
Now, Floofy,
Yes.
just imagine this. What if you had the entire playable cast and you got stuck with Risha here?
Oh no. Oh,
You would have been so
I
fucked.
would have been so fucked. That also was kind of what happened with the fight with Kashim, wasn't it? That I had something like that happen. Because I remember I had to reset the Kashim fight too, I think. Risha. Because I didn't actually build Risha. I had so many other ever. I never touched her in the game. I didn't build her. I didn't do anything with her because I was just like, it was the Reverie issue where I just had too many great characters to play with. And by the time she came in, I had a really good setup going with everything as is. So I didn't really have the need to bring her back into all of this. The true MVP of the final boss gauntlet. Ronan said, regarding Renee, his insistence to be called Kincaid and not Renee is just a way to distance himself from others. It's so good. There's so much good stuff about this this arc especially, but Kai is just fucking phenomenal. So, let's see. Speaking of which, there was the fight with Risha and Lucrezia. I did Kevin's route and didn't get the garden, so I was tossed into the battle where my team was 7 levels lower and I got hit hard. That was the fight I was going to bring up earlier when I said Solus was playing on Nightmare, and he told me there was a fight that I had to finally bring it down to hard, and it was that fight.
Yeah, that fight is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it
we've
really
got
is.
two off battlefield supporters. They're just tossing crafts and buffs, their way. Or sorry, arts and then buffs their way.
I ended up
stop.
I think it was about that point when I actually started changing how I built Kevin, I think. Because I had him built for casting specifically, just because it was really funny that I kind of ended up shifting him the same way I did in third. I wonder if that feels kind of a little bit, if that's what they intended as well. If it isn't Kiseki, if our boy and BFF stabs you in the back and kicks your shit in. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Now, I think there were 3 fights that I actually had to basically be like, fuck it, I'm closing the game and restarting the fight. And it was that one with Risha and Lucrezia. It was the Kashim fight. There was the fight at the end of the Grim Garden. And then the third phase of the Renee Grendel Shaddai fight. Those were the big ones that I would call out. I mean, there were points. It was like they totally missed the fucking birthday party. Yep. I think the really
Humes is never going to let them live that down.
I'll never let them live that down. Never, never. Do you know?
By the way, sorry, go on.
Oh, go. You go on.
Oh, I was going to say, just for chat, something that Sniff shared with me after I beat the game. I think Floofy knows what this is going to be. It is too perfect.
I'm not 100% sure, but I have a thought. Yeah, this is perfect. Way too... Way too perfect.
Kai no Kiseki, everybody.
Kai no Kiseki. Oh, man. That noise scared me. Think of how many of us who played Chrono Trigger ages ago were like that. That's speaking of sounds that live rent-free in our heads.
The Lavo Scream.
The Lavo Scream is definitely one of them. It's the frickin' font in Sonic 1 through 3. Time is a flat circle where nothing is solved. The very first fucking frame after everything happened, that noise flooded my ears. Oh. Oh, man. Good old Chrono Trigger. But for those of you who weren't here for my Kuro 2 stream, I should tell you guys about Sniff and Yotes convincing me to put a certain soundbite on my stream deck. So Sniff was trying to figure out how to put this specific soundbite on here. He was trying to find a way to get me to put it on there without actually telling me why it's on there. So he ended up getting me to put it on for a Link to the Past randomizer, where it actually got used in a really brilliant moment during crowd control. I had no clue that he was actually having me put it on there for Kuro 2 at all. So when I got to the first bad end or dead end of Kuro 2, Sniff came in and pushed the button on my stream deck for me. And then it just dawned on me like, that's why you did it, isn't it? So wait, in regards to all of our people who protected Hamilton and Kevin's last route, will they be our enemies again if we go up against Hamilton again? Depends on what people know at that point, I think. I love that emote so much. Was it when we kept using yes?
Yep.
Yes, it was. I know it's in here. Hang on a sec. I think it was a highlight. I think it was an actual highlight rather than a clip. Because that includes Elsheim, 2 Dominion, and parts of Haya. We did it once before. We can do it again. We have the technology. That may have been a highlight because I think it was too long for a clip. Oh my god, that was... There's a different one. There's a Zelda randomizer one again of when I went into Turtle Rock and the tile said just walk away.
And you did.
And I did, because I'm like, it's Turtle Rock. I will happily walk away.
I still can't believe I absolutely got you second hand in that one stream because you forgot to open the chest with the moon pearl when I killed you.
Yeah, I did. I forgot to.
And then half an hour later, you figured out where it was, and then Sniff messaged me it took her this long to figure it out.
Okay, it was a clip. Hang on. Link to the past. The randomizer chose violence. Man, these were...
Sniff, you were using that face so much when we were talking during Kai. I think it might have frozen like that at one point.
My only experience with Link to the Past randomizer is the one where it mixes with Super Metroid. I tried playing that, but I'm not that great at Super Metroid, so... Oh man, I can't find it. What did I think about the first Dominion versus Dominion fight with Kevin versus Celise and Rion? That was phenomenal. I think that was great. And I just accidentally opened up my Govee app. Whoops. Let's go away.
I am still waiting, though, on Celise and Leon's second S-Craft.
Yeah.
Because they throw that stuff at the end of Daybreak, and they don't use it. It's like, I'm waiting.
Govee, go by.
I'm very curious what the hell they meant when it's like, oh, you can't act against your stigmas. And then they said, oh, but Celise and Leon should be able to because of the fact that they're working as a pair or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, we got more random stigma shit we got to figure out, clearly. You just pets the Metroid until it gives you Hyper Beam. Same theory as petting Eevee until she gives you Albion Wolf. Wow. Man, I can't. Am I just not looking back far enough? Oh man, I'm probably not because. Oh, there. I found it. Okay. Here we go. This is why I had the time warp soundbite on there. Come on, get your ass over here. I'm so... Crowd control, by the way, changes everything. It's absolutely insane.
Fucking with the streamer for fun and profit. For God's children.
For God's children, yep. I forgot I had fairies too. So that was like, I think that was like what, a $20 donation?
It's something like that to kill the
like,
player, yeah.
Yeah, it was like a $20 donation to Extra Life to kill me instantly in Link to the Past. Third time's a charm, y'all. That was so good, y'all. That was so good. You're welcome. Here's a question I want an opinion on. That Kevin line from SC paid off. We just had to wait 18 years. I know!
Uh-huh.
Can you... Oh, my God.
I would like to say, of all the things that I did not get right, I did call that one.
I had
that it was going to be the statue.
I had... Oh, yeah, I remember. I don't think I actually had a theory on that specifically. I think I let everybody else work on that one. All right, let's see here. Everyone was so hyped. I mean, I was too, but I was more freaked out about it because I'm so invested in the mystery of this world. Yeah. There's some... I kind of want to start doing file diving as well after seeing that Kuro voice file thing. Do you think Agnes has faith her friends would be able to save her thanks to what she did, and that's why she so adamantly supported Hamilton's plan? I don't... I think the thing with Agnes is I think the part with Agnes is that I think she was 100% willing to erase herself for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point why she wore her school outfit, to make it easier for Van to
turn her down.
Narrating, we actually brought that one up earlier. We think that it is significant that somebody, specifically Mare, had to see Agnes do that to remember her.
Something else, since I know Yuna and Narade weren't in here before, this Kuro voice file here, this is the text file to go for the voice lines. So these lines, these lines are the lines here are for the distorted text, right? in the text.
Yeah.
So those lines, they have a comment in here that actually has the corrected text. So we have the Septarian of Time in here, and then there's the Guardian Administrator for Mare. So yeah, those. Yep.
And now you know why I love data mining those.
Oh yeah, data mining is
Shit
the
like
best.
this.
It's so good. I may have to recuse myself from discussing those. I think you may have to, Ribos. But
Yeah, I mean, I think you might have to, considering everything.
Considering everything.
I mean, you're in credit, so we can just say, yeah, he works for Nisa.
Yeah. Let's see. This is I want to go into I still think I'm in the cooldown phase from finishing Kai, so there's a lot of processing still going on in my head. So, as a result, I haven't gone into where I'm going to sit down and just start chugging through everything. It was just thinking about it as another thing Anya's might have been planning. Yeah.
He's been working for NIS America for several years now.
I didn't find that out until a few days ago, but I'm kind of glad I didn't find out until after I finished Kai, even if I knew it was about the Time Septarian. Yeah. It might be a while before I can consider doing a platinum run of a Kiseki game again.
They're just so fucking long. They're just too
I'm
long.
saying, and I spooned him. Right, Bose. Yeah, I believe I've now been credited as programmer on East 10. That's so cool.
Yeah.
To be fair, Daybreak 2 made it obvious. It was obvious that it was, but...
Oh, it was obvious from Daybreak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time rewinding at Genesis Tower. Time, like... How do you have 99 seconds in a minute kind of thing?
Better that than fork or knife or spork.
Do not underestimate the power of the spork.
Yo,
Yeah.
Ramos, what you gonna do if someone strap you to a table and torture you for your Kiseki information?
To change the subject from that. So I've been speculating that especially since Kondo's been saying there's one more arc after Calvard, or he hopes there's one more arc after Calvard. I think that the wind and water Septarians are going to be fused like the fire and earth ones were.
Something like that. Maybe if they're not fused, they are forced to interact together.
Yeah. Which makes sense because, like, while fire and earth are kind of like opposing, like, wind and water are very compatible.
Oh yeah.
So
I would imagine something with like wind and water would become some sort of like major storm type thing or something. That would be kind of, I say that having experience.
I think if we're going by like what the elements do for like arts, it's like both of them can do healing arts.
Yeah, they can. It makes a lot of sense. They're responsible for the disaster in the East. I don't know. I thought water definitely had to do with the desertification. Winter Nation attacks near Kiseki.
So my theory is water Archaria, wind East. Mostly because what's the logo of the Septian Church again?
Yeah. I'm still weirded out with the whole chalice thing because I mean we've seen them refer to the chalice of the stars of like it seemed very, very star related, but now that's like throwing me for a loop. Yep. Because it was always assigned to the stars, and I always assumed the stars in time were one and one because of the imagery from the
Floofy, there's no stars in Zemuria, but there might be out there.
Yeah. But no, I was just like, oh man, what if the Star Grail is actually meant to be something for the water Septarian? And I'm like, they fucking misled us the whole goddamn time because of that arcana symbolism. the card symbolism for the master arts and Azure. Because that's what I was leaning on. That's where that whole thing got started from. The whole sun, moon, and stars. Mm-hmm. Sun being space, moon being mirage, stars being time. Or maybe the time cube was perfectly normal and cool until the Star Scourge Bahamut is huge dick.
So wait. Sniff. Are you saying that days in Zemuria have 4 corners?
What?
Or isn't that how it is, Time Cube?
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't think anyone understands that shit, but
No.
wasn't it something like that?
So the Dominions are Monty Python's Knights of the Round Table. Perfect.
Wait, so which night does that make Kevin?
Rainbows, yeah, I want to get the timecube.com copy pasta. What?
I mean, if Sniff really, really, really wants to hurt himself, he could do a dramatic reading from Time Cube. And then he'd probably go insane.
The copy, I don't know about the copy pasta part. I might be thinking of something different then.
Oh, wait. DK, I know who Ein is.
What was that website?
Ein is Dame not appearing in this game.
Oh my god. I am completely lost on this too, with what Ribos is getting at. You brought news to General. Oh no, what is this? Oh yeah. Yeah, the gameplay trailer. Yeah. I'd say Ina's Arthur, but that works too. One thing I've always wondered is if it could be significant is how the remains of the Fire and Earth Septarians happen to end up on locations dominated by their opposite element. Fire on Briannia Island, surrounded by water, earth, and the Nord Highlands. I mean, that is actually a good point. Oh, okay.
Funny thing, one of those pre-release things we got was talking about how Fairies people's mission was going to be important and their connection to that other group, which we know are the Nord Highlanders. Yeah, that didn't really happen. Like, damn it, Falcom.
Yeah.
Not yet, anyways.
But yeah.
Yeah, not yet.
Remember, it took how many games for Gaius to have anything besides a one-liner?
I'm still so fucking proud that I called him as a potential Dominion from the fucking start.
Yep.
I'm so proud of that. Because they've been giving us the patterns for. We still have yet to see that happen on screen, you know. Anything like somebody having their first their Stigma's first manifestation. Excuse me, our boy can paint. Thank you, Arbiter. Shout out to Gaius getting a call in the beginning. I still can't believe you guys.
That was so obvious. I do not take that much pride in calling.
I mean, it was more the church thing was like that's the big identifier, but no, the thing was like the big catalysts for the theory on my end was the whole bit in the castle where, and I actually did the fight against that item that was in the castle that was causing the haunting or whatever in it. I did that fight multiple times and changed party arrangements, and it always ended with Gaius outside of the range of that I guess artifact. I mean, it was an artifact, wasn't it? That artifact's range. And I mean, we've seen how that plays out.
Got a really good response to Dr. Pikachu 64 in chat.
Hang on, let me see that, and then. Oh wait, you've got that one. I can't actually access that person's account.
Really?
Nope.
Neither can I.
Oh well, it was embedded, so I guess, huh? Huh?
Did they private?
Maybe. Let me just.
Probably.
Let's see if I can. Yeah, now. Oh, they might have actually deleted her account because a lot of people have been deleting it.
No, yeah. Yeah. My
Let me just. Let me just do something incredibly jank and snipping tool this image from the Discord that I saw it on, and then I'm gonna post it in the group call, and it's going to be jank, and it's going to be great. Here we go.
All right. Oh my god, it's so good. You're real, dude. Must have been the wind. That's actually some pretty solid evidence. Gaius Morzel. I love it. I love it. Hang on, there's gonna probably be a pop-up on here because of stuff. I'm pulling up the PlayStation. Yep, it's on this window. Hold on. Oh, they've shifted the time. You fuckers. Okay, sorry. Infinity Nikki.
How have they hurt you today?
It was originally slated to come out on the 5th. Now it's on the 4th. Just making it a day earlier. Gosh.
How dare?
How dare they? I am so doomed. That was...
But hey, Floofy.
Hey,
at least it's not Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4.
I am safe on that not being out until next year at some point. Yay!
The only thing saving me right now, well, actually nothing's saving me. I'm going to be ultimate rating in 3 weeks.
Oh, God.
But Fantasian's console versions and PC version is coming out in a month. And thankfully, I do not have to play it. Or at least I don't have to do a full replay because I already played it because I'm like one of 10 people that fucking played that on Apple Arcade.
How is it?
It's really good.
It's really good. Excited for it. So.
Well, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. RPG Site gave it our RPG of the Year 2021.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that. Now we have I've actually got to start working down my list for what I'm going to have on my. Because I always at least do a teaser what's going to be in my lineup for the next year. See how many games I can't hit of that teaser this time.
Yeah. Good luck to everyone that's not like us and plays these games in Japanese. You're probably going to have 3 fucking Trails games to play next year.
Yeah. That's going to be wild.
DK asks, so could Shizuna be the key to defeating Zoa Gilstein given her power? So I think her sword, they bring up specifically that it, what was the term she used? It could exorcist gods and devils. I'm like, yeah, you brought that up specifically for that, didn't you? And Dr. P, that is a horrible, terrifying thought.
That or we end up helping her become its... Oh my god. Yeah, I'm looking at
but if that is like OG Reen and Ishmelga merge there, you know that her reaction is going to be, "Oh, hi, other Reen." Yaru?
Arcus Crosslink. Caesar S. Gilstein, she's cracking knuckles. Waku my waku. If we end up with a rewind mechanic, you know that's going to be a bad end. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Shizuna becomes this Awakener, gets the biggest murder boner ever, and then, like, just fucks shit up.
Yeah. Yep.
Van's like, reset.
Get the reset button. Man, if we had that kind of mechanic, I wonder if they're willing to do, like, crazy, like, world-breaking type things like we had with Katra.
Probably,
especially with the setup right now.
It's like, we got Laser Oblivion, we got nuked.
Yep.
So, this next game, if they have a reset option, they're totally going to go for apocalyptic shit.
Night Firefall, thanks for hanging out. I'm just looking at this.
We don't know, Mario.
Let's see. And before Awakener, Shizuna slices the world into... She would. She fucking would. God. I'm just looking at what I'm wanting to have for my ongoing games for next year. I'm just randomly, while we're discussing this.
Oh, I've got another idea for a Kai 2 bad ending.
Oh.
Amelia gets her reverse harem ending. Reen and Crow immediately demand to press the reset button.
No, she's in a slash is what causes the sky to shatter.
It's like,
So
man,
here,
give me that altar core. I'm pressing the button this time.
I have a crack theory about
Okay.
Amelia.
Okay.
Her character design is too distinct to just be a supporting character. I think she is going to be at least a like protagonist in at least one game in the future.
I think that would be awesome. I'd be okay with that. I fucking love her. I remember someone saying Yoon told Reen to keep an eye on Shizuna. Let's see here.
I mean, we already got her playable at the very end of the game in a nice surprise, so major role in the next game or something after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally buy that. By the way, Mario, she's in this slash like shattering the sky is not that far fetched considering what she actually does in the game. Because like she saw what Lucrezia did with her Duskglaive. And it's like, hey, I can do that too.
Yeah. Yep.
Made that crazy hole in Grimgarten.
Yep.
So yeah, accidentally breaking the sky would not be out of the ordinary for her probably.
I wonder if the reason she can do that is I'm assuming that Lucrezia's weapon is divergent, and obviously Shizuna's is.
Yeah.
I think Lucrezia's is confirmed that the Grandmaster gave it to her.
Yeah, she says the Grandmaster gave it to her, so.
Yeah, so probably the reason Shizuna was able to do it is obviously, like, doesn't even need to be said. That fucking katana's divergent.
Oh yeah. Shizuna popping up at the end of the line in Kai because she wanted to be with the crew was super sweet and wholesome. Agreed. That was amazingly wholesome.
Yeah. It's like, how many times has she begged Van for a job legitimately?
Yeah.
She'll probably actually get it in Kai too, if the speculation that it's going to be right after the Agnes fucking snapping herself.
Oh yeah. Snapping herself. I love it. I mean, it is what happened. It is absolutely what happened.
Oh my god. This is so cursed.
Oh no.
Someone make the Infinity Gauntlet, but instead of the Infinity Stones, have the Genesis.
I mean, yeah, that is cursed.
I mean, maybe look up on my wrong camera. Hang on. On my shelf, I have 2 Infinity Gauntlets. So maybe put like vinyl stickers of the Genesis on them.
DK, we don't know exactly, but she basically says that her duty is to, look after that sword. And it's so old that nobody remembers its original name. So she probably got it from him because he was the leader of Ikaruga. And it's been around the block. So
being so old that nobody remembers its name makes me wonder if it's been through more than one time loop as well.
It probably has.
Probably has. So nobody remembers its name because its name was from a previous loop.
And we do get the implication that a lot of artifacts are just shit from previous loops that nobody understands anymore.
Yep.
So
I did bring up your comment, James, about how artifacts suddenly has a new meaning. I love it.
Yeah, and that's like half the reason why I think that artifacts and remnants are basically similar things. Just remnants are from the same loop because when you think of that other meaning for artifacts, suddenly it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. It really does. I can't believe we had to think about things surviving time loops now, Moiraine.
I mean, technically, we've had that since Kuro, because Durgard talks about knowledge from
Yeah.
when the world. I think he said remade, but when the world was remade or reset or whatever,
Yeah.
and that's how they knew about the 5 devils being added to the list.
Realistically, we should have called this was going to happen eventually as soon as we saw him say that at the end of Daybreak, because it's like,
Yeah.
okay, so that is the thing first rewritten. That implies that it's happened multiple times.
Yeah.
I did call it happening after that. In fact, I think it's even in my Pro 2 crack theories.
I can pull it up. Hang on.
I'm just doing that right now. Yep, it is in there.
Man, y'all, there's going to be... Uh-oh. Where are these? Up these lines. Here we go.
I use Barkhorn instead of Burgard, but yeah, it's there.
I mean, yeah, there's... Barkhorn, Burghard. Corporate wants you to find the difference. They're the same picture. Oh my gosh. Yep. Divergent motherfuckers exist outside the looping mechanism, right? That's from Sniff. Is there a list somewhere of all the hidden and distorted text from Cold Steel?
I could dig through those files. It might be in there.
Yeah. Whenever a new game comes out, we have to examine what a previous madman said that we wrote as crazy, but might not have been too out there. I have a note to replay third again next year. It won't be a nightmare game, nightmare run, thank God. I already paid those dues.
Several times.
That took me like 2.5 years to do. Probably more. Just basically like playing a bit, then rage quitting, then coming back, playing a bit, and rage quitting. So is McBurn another being that transcends these loops? That's an interesting thought.
Considering he doesn't have much memories in the first place, I wonder if the implication is that he actually only showed up for the first time in this loop.
That is actually a good thought, I think.
Which, yeah.
I'm just nodding to Yuna's. Sky Nightmare is a nightmare, I guess. Third nightmare was something. And you have to actually go in when you do the nightmare. I did a No New Game Plus nightmare run of it. And in that run, you have to be thinking 3 to 4 chapters ahead with everything you do. Because everything you do now is going to be stuff that it impacts you later on down the line in like terms of what you're trying to build out. Like I wanted the mirror quartz, which meant I couldn't run away from a single fight in third. For, what was it, 7 chapters? I can't remember, Yotes.
Yes.
So, and I had a big thing on Nightmare in the Sky games is running away needs to be considered a strategy. If you're in a fight that's overwhelming, get out. I had to consider every single fight before I initiated the fight. Can I do this? If I can't, I might as well just
restart.
die. Yeah, restart. It was, and then it actually really makes you appreciate a lot of things Falcom did with third, I think. And I didn't actually do it on the English version specifically because the PSP version was, the Japanese PSP version was the one I knew when I did a New Game Plus Nightmare run. And I knew that there were some slight differences over things that were tweaked off of considered being bugs and stuff. And I'm like, as much as I want to consider those and make that, I want to actually play it off of the way I know. So I did it with the infinite clone regeneration, with the damage per animation. I've done Nightmare New Game on Daybreak 1, Cold Steel 1, and partway with Cold Steel 2. Not gonna lie, my favorite Nightmare experience in anything Falcom is not Kiseki. It's E6. Because that's when Falcom really decided we're going to experiment with creating new gameplay modes in a higher difficulty.
Right. Yeah,
E6
because
had
of the
elemental-
highlight. Yeah, the highlighted enemies where you had to use specific.
And I thought that
swords.
was really fucking cool. And so they not only had that, but they also added enemies and boss fights. Like those
really, because the only time I played E6 has been in Nightmare, so I wouldn't know which boss fights were only.
in the last fight, the flamethrowers on the circular platform, they're not there on normal. Anything below Nightmare. The shadow creatures that chase after you with the boss in Limewater Cave, those aren't there in that fight. East 10 Nightmare is also super fun. I really do want to play East 10 Nightmare, but East 6 Nightmare was easily one of the best Nightmare experiences in my opinion.
Yeah,
because they did so much to it. And then when it came out, when Xseed released it, I was like, Catastrophe Nightmare, let's do it! It was the best thing.
So I've done East 1 and 2 on Nightmare. I've done E6 on Nightmare. I haven't done Oath and Felghana on Nightmare. I've done all 3 routes in Origin on Nightmare. And oh my god, fucking Origin's final boss as the claw on Nightmare is...
I was starting to do Origin on Nightmare.
Honestly.
Go ahead.
Honestly, the only reason I was able to do that fight is I have a controller that has like the paddle button, so I was able to jump without taking my
I was doing East Origin on Nightmare the year that the Winter Storm happened. And then I realized I'm just going to take too much time on this. We need to just keep moving. So let's just go back to normal. I think I just did it on hard. I think that's what my thing was. But I did for Extra Life when I was on the Extra Life channel, when I was streaming on there. I actually did East 8 on Nightmare from start to finish. And that was actually really cool. That was there were some moments. Like there was one when I was like, I had the timing of a boss and the boss and I mistimed by a fraction of the second. The boss one-shot the whole fucking party. I'm just like, really? The only Nightmare East games I've finished on were Oath and Origin. I also feel like I paid my dues of playing Felghana on Inferno.
Yeah, you did.
I paid my dues.
It took you like what, 2.5 years to finish that one?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was,
and most of it was Galbalon.
Yeah, Galbalon was so hard. And then I did that one stream that was like, okay, if I meet this goal for Extra Life, I will bring it back and actually play the Galbalon fight until I finish it. And I did, and I'm like, okay, we're done. And I need to actually finish my East 9 Lunatic.
And I was about to say, and then there's Lunatic, which is crazy in a different way. I
actually really enjoy it too.
It is a really, really cool mode.
It's like,
I mean, it beats you up in the balls time, but
well, I mean, I love the fact Felghana Inferno was the only game I've ever played that caused me to break my controller. There's a clip from my third Nightmare run that's called Rip Controller because you can clearly hear me chuck my controller in the clip. It was against the Death Sluggers. Not a surprise on that.
I'm kind of surprised I've never actually like thrown a controller from like bullshit difficulty in games. Considering I just said I did all 3 routes in East Origin on Nightmare and D6 on Nightmare, and I somehow neither of those were enough to make me do it.
I think it was really funny because and it was the Death Sluggers being the one to make, and that's the only time I think I've actually pitched a controller on stream. And it's not a surprise that it was the Death Sluggers that caused it because I had everything going and I had one Death Slugger left and it actually took out Chloe. And I'm like, welp. See, I was thinking Origin just because of the start of the timeline. I would actually hold off on Origin. I would play East 1 and 2 before Origin.
Yeah, it works much better if you know the stuff that it's referencing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then if anything, like East Origin kind of dilutes some of the stuff that East 1 and 2 does, especially the... I'm sorry, I'm an East 2 hater.
It's okay, we can agree to disagree. East 2 is my favorite. It was my favorite of the series for a long time.
Sometimes I have nightmares of Solomon Shrine.
That is entirely fair because Solomon Shrine is.
That is fair.
hard.
It's be careful next time you toss a controller. The Raptor might eat. Yeah, she might. Sniff stands SNES 3 for all time. I never always. I can say this.
Intelligent and articulate.
I've never said you always have great taste, Sniff. No, I'm sorry. Ribo says East 2 is still my favorite, followed by East 9. That's actually a really fair assessment. That's very close to mine. It's like one of the things I say is East 8 is objectively a better game, but I just have so much more fucking fun with 9 that I like it better.
Yeah, I like a lot of 9, but I am so sad that they never did that like PS5 version of East 9 themselves. Because the way that Kondo was talking about it, it sounded like they wanted to do a glow up like they did from the Vita version of East 8 to the PS4 version of East 8, which I still loved East 8 on Vita.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, me too.
I think like the way we even met and started talking was when I imported East 8 on Vita and started like talking about it on like Falcord and whatnot. Back before it became, but yeah, people don't realize just how much of a glow up the PS4 version of Ease 8 was.
PS4, it was, I remember being, I've got your question mark, by the way, Darth Knight. I'll take a look at it. I'll go to it in a second. The Ease 8 for PS4 was the thing that pushed for me to try to make sure I could stream at 60 FPS. Primarily because I was like, if I can't make my stream show 60 FPS, I can't really show how incredible of an update this is.
I never 100% at East 8. It's too long stuff. Ribos, it's actually funny. Since I played the Vita version of Ease 8, when I reviewed the PS4 version, the NIS American PS4 version, I was the first person in the world to get the North American Platinum Trophy for Ease 8 on PS4.
Darth Knight also asked earlier to get us back over to Kai. So I have a question. Given the scene with the Grandmaster at the end of the garden, could she play some role in helping Van and crew in the next game? I can see that. I can actually see that.
I think she explicitly shuts that down when Novartis says, "Oh, I want to help Gramhart," and she says, "No, they have to be able to do this on their own."
Yeah.
So that's it's like, true. I think that's her explicitly saying, I will direct Ouroboros, but I do not want to get directly involved with the people of Zemuria.
I completely forgot about that one. Thank you. Arbiter says East 9 is such
I
a
think
massive...
it's actually...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, but I think it's... he says he wants her to interfere with the plan, and then when she kind of shows up and says, "I gave you rules, asshole," he kind of backsteps like, "I meant assist.
And even that, she says that she wants, like, she directly follows up saying that they need to be able to do it on their own. I definitely have a screenshot of that. Let me find it.
No, she does, but I'm just saying, he didn't want her, like, his reaction was, "Let's fuck with this plan." And then she's like, "No."
I actually do think that he legitimately meant that he wanted to help from the get-go concerning the whole thing. He lost like a month of sleep trying to find any sort of proof that he even existed. Mm-hmm. And his immediate reaction is, I don't want anyone to go through the same hell I just went through.
Yep. Ronan says, it's funny, I hated Solomon's Shrine when I was using a guide, but when I tried to tackle it on my own and learn it, it was quite fun. That's the funny thing is that I kind of know the general way through Solomon's Shrine. You put me in that, no matter, just throw me at it type, regardless of version, I can navigate mostly blind through it, just even no matter how many years it's been. Arbiter says East 9 is such a massive love letter to the series and continuity, and I love it to death for that. That's one of the reasons why I think East 9 was also, I think, the catalyst to start the Crest of East conspiracy theory, because
you saw that in the alchemy lab.
Yeah, seeing it in the alchemy lab, and then Dr. P finding it in the opening of East 5, and then that turned into us realizing by the time East 10 rolled around, oh shit, the 6 circles everywhere. Around a single circle is actually every fucking where in this series, that it's no longer a coincidence anymore. Rybo says, as someone who is 100% at East 9 on PS4, PC, and PS5, so you can know the PS5 version's great. He's like,
yeah, to be clear, Rybos, I'm not saying that your guys' PS5 version is bad. I'm just saying that I lament the PS5 version that could have been. Like with the whole thing where they implied, oh, we want to do an additional playable character. What's her fucking name again?
Arjuni Gogmestros?
Aprilis.
Yeah, they implied they wanted to make her a playable character in a PS5 version that they would do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
You know what else we never got? We never got the other version of E7 they talked about.
Yeah. My God. Have you heard about these things? The differences?
Oh, no.
James?
I mean, the other version V7 was E8. Have you looked at the final boss? They're identical.
They were very similar, yeah. No, they actually had a job change system in E7 originally.
They had it in, it's also buried in the code of Celsida.
Yeah.
It is insane. It's like, they were going kind of like Final Fantasy V here, and then they apparently at some point said, let's not do that instead.
I love how we said, let's get back on Kai, and we went right back to East.
Okay, let me try and get this back on track, because,
okay.
Where was it?
It's almost midnight here, too, so.
Yeah, DK asked, what did Ulrika mean in her final Ouroboros channel? See you guys later after shit happens, and I said I wasn't going to use my powers, but, pink text, see you next time.
That's just basically like, I'm making you come back.
Yeah. I think that's also kind of her way of saying, thumbs up, it's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay. There we go.
I really need to see in Kai too. I need to see like her actually be a character outside of Grim Garden, so she can continually fuck with Quatre and be like, "Oh, by the way, I'm a tier 3 sub."
I mean, I would ship those two. It'd be hilarious.
I think it would be amazing. I think one of the things that amazes me, we said this a lot on stream, is that I think when she gets localized, they should not worry about the Gyaru go with her speech, but just lean hard into YouTuber, Twitch streamer lingo with her.
Yeah, that's the only way you can. That's the only way you can do it, really.
Yeah, man, people are going to be
because there is no equivalent to Gyaru go.
Yeah, just
I do love the one line that Judith says when she's like, "Give it up." What she's saying, it's like fucking Zoomer.
Everybody's reaction is, I have no idea what you just said.
Ronan said they should just go all Gen Z lingo. It will piss people off, but
you know what? It would fit because of that one line I just mentioned.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Doing the Gen Z lingo and like streamer and stuff like that would be so good. I wanted to be revealed Ulrika is more of a normal girl IRL and completely different from her VTuber persona.
Oh, I would not be surprised if the party runs into her at some point and like at the end of it clicks, oh, that's who you are.
Wouldn't it be funny if we've run into her already?
Yeah, because we don't know for sure what she looks like outside of the streaming stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, insofar as we never actually see like anything up, below her waist in the drone, it's like,
oh, well, even beyond that, we know from the Kuro 2 Connect event with Quatre that you can totally change your appearance like inside the VR.
Yep,
that is also true.
So there's a very good chance that we could have just not that we could have run into her already and have no clue. Like, she doesn't look the same at all in it, but like the whole thing with Vita in third. Maybe she's. I will hate you forever if that ends up being the case. Smash that like button like it was the professor's face. Now, wait a minute, you disrespectful. Oh, mods! Someone timed the professor out. Ulrika,
I am the mod.
I am the mod.
I need her. I need her in that one scene in Grim Garden where she basically fucking freezes Novartis for a second that she literally says, "Time, gonna give you a timeout in chat." That needs to happen.
That does need to
happen. You know what, Ribos? I am DMing that to Andrew right now.
By the way, I am still salty that Floofy never saw her reset craft ever.
No, I never did. I've seen Cammy from MHA in the English dub. I think that would fit her. I will look up to check her out. Then again, I thought Simeon was Nielsen until his name was posted. I think a lot of people were expecting him to be Nielsen, as far as I recall. Sub bombs to give her turn bonuses. When you have connections in high places. I can link a clip here, but it is spoilers for the last season.
She does basically like bomb the, people to give her the give them the buff.
Yeah, yeah, she does.
I'm still curious what the hell's even up with Simeon. How is he that, like, what even makes him that strong?
I mean, I don't think he's human is the thing. We don't know what he is, but not human.
Thank you, Ronan. Yeah. I think also that gives a lot, that's a lot more weight of respect on Rufina as well, by the way. The addition that she fought him and Leve.
Mm-hmm.
That's Nano Orbment's son, not human, keeps talking about Rufina, definitely sus. And she was doing all that without a stigma, yeah. I mean, Ein even straight up said that she was strong enough that Ein, when they were partners on stuff, that Ein didn't have to use her stigma often because of working with Rufina. Said he was on par with McBurn. Yep, that he was that.
Yep. Oh, and then there's the mystery of Lucrezia points out, he's been in the society longer than I have. Why is my number lower than his? Like, what exactly is going on here that he got a number later than me, even though he was working for longer?
Yeah, how strong was Rufina? I know, right?
Yes, is the answer.
And just think, I've been calling out her shit because of Azure. Thanks, Kyo, for spotting that. Man, Kyo coming to me and be like, hey, did you know Rufina's seen in the tree? And I'm like, wait, what? Actually, here's something we still don't know who's replacing Arian Rod. Yeah, we don't know that yet. Has Arian 7th hasn't been replaced yet, right? I think they commented on that.
If I recall correctly, Novartis talks about needing to replace the 7th. I think it implies that they haven't actually accepted yet.
Yeah.
But I could be misremembering the line.
I always thought it could be Nina as the 7th Anguis, but no. I remember seeing somebody say that wouldn't it be cool if Van gets offered the role?
I think Van's first question would be, do I get an unlimited sweets budget?
That's all they have to do is they have to just be like, we've got all these sweets for you. Sign me up. I put up that ad on Craigslist months ago. It's Beryl. Oh, man. She did say they had someone in mind. Okay. They just haven't accepted yet. Thank you. All right, I think we're getting close to the end of my fuel here. I say that glaring at the puppy. You know what sucks, James?
Yeah.
My puppy had before daylight savings had a 6 a.m. alarm clock. Daylight savings rolls around. She didn't change times.
Oh, I get that. My cat always wants to be fed at 6 a.m., so it was the exact same thing.
Evie's way to wake me up is come up and bite my nose.
My cat will very, very lightly swat, disconcertingly close to my eye.
Oh, God.
He never goes that far. He is a good cat. But he makes it known.
Oh man, what Ronan just said, that was the biggest gut punch to me, was the fact that Nina's first vision, or first sight with her eye, was telling Rufina how she would die. Just, now Rufina has a connection to the Saint of the End, so there's even more about her we don't know. And then Ronan saying, regarding Rufina, I think she could have taken on Kevin there, but Kevin would have died in that fight. And since she already knew about the vision, she decided to sacrifice herself to save him. Yep. That's even more tragic. I fucking love it. Give me more tragedy. Wait, don't take that seriously.
Too late. Kondo heard you.
Oh no! If only she packed some chocolate. I love that.
So wait, like a salt bolt, but it turns you into chocolate.
Oh no! Wait, what? Acknowledged. By the way, on a little side diversion, I want y'all to know I've got the arms on my desk up. One of these is going to be for a light. The other of these is going to be for a candle facing down the cocoa bolt. Oh no. The other one's going to be a camera that's face down to the desktop because I think it's about time we dig this thing out. Speaking of acknowledged, maybe I'll put it together on stream in the next couple of weeks. That'll be a fun, just chill and hang out type stream. I've actually never done a plastic model before, so that'll be an adventure. I get the kind of vibe that maybe Valimar might be too much for a first time, but I don't know.
There are a lot of worse things you could pick for your first time. So.
Yeah. I'm just remembering that I was so upset at Kai's ending, and all I can remember is Sly replying to me with just, ha 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 ha. Oh my god. Sly's great.
Yeah, Sniff's reaction to my initial reaction to him was just, tell me any of your wildest crack theories even came close to what actually happened.
Now you too could have an action night at home. Uh-oh. Bravo's is prepping for something for you, James.
1 second, I had to restart my browser anyways.
Oh, no.
Once. See.
Mario says, I love him. He's my brother from another mother. Yeah, Sly's amazing.
Oh, okay, now I'm getting it. He DM'd me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, speaking of Valimar, so I just love that Argreon's lance is so big that it needs its own stand to stay upright, like when it's posing.
That's amazing. No, I remember Sniff told me when Yotaka finished the game, and then he told me you should go check in on him. So I sent an Eevee picture to Yote saying, you might need a puppy in these trying times.
It was very needed and very appreciated.
I want y'all to know that I think Eevee knows how to pose now.
She's a Dachshund, of course she does.
Yeah, she does, doesn't she? Man, on that topic, I'm so salty that I saw a pet vlog site actually pushing for when you look at the types of dachshunds that are out there, there's one that's called a double dapple. Do not purposely try to breed a double dapple because that will put that puppy through so much trouble because there are genetics that come from having the dapple gene twice, and it will cause like fatal birth defects in the puppy. So you have a puppy that won't be able to live a full life as a result from it. And it's one of those, it sucks that people are trying to push for that kind of thing because it's really cute and pretty. And I saw a pet care blog posting, and then some people try to get, and then there are double dapples, which are an amazing pet. And I'm like, no, why are you writing this? So random aside from today, because I'm so fucking pissed at. I wonder if that blog is written by AI. That would make a lot of sense.
Feels like half the internet is these days.
Yep. Doom scrolling plus dog scrolling is a sad combination. Yep. No, there was the other day when I was walking by and I saw Evie. Let me see here. I have to pull it up because I actually killed it to save. Lapis, what have you done? So I walked by the sofa and Evie was being ridiculously cute on the sofa. So then I pulled out my phone to take her picture. And then she just rolled over for the camera. And she stayed that way until I took the picture. And when I put the camera away, she's like, okay, I'm done. And goes right back to the way she was. Like, what the heck, dog? There's also this from today. Being a shark. I had a relative that wanted to breed a Chihuahua with a pug to try to get the ugliest dog award. Oh my goodness. That would probably
that poor dog, if
Yeah.
it had even existed, eyes would have literally fallen out of its sockets.
I mean, you're not wrong. But give her an outfit, make her into a Shining Nikki fashion era. Oh man, yeah. Come December, I'll be playing Infinity Nikki on top of all my other ongoing games because fuck me, am I right?
So doomed.
Yep.
So doomed.
I don't even want to know when the new WoW patch comes out because I've started playing that too.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
I got Biss in 14. I was like, maybe this is the time I can try WoW. Maybe I won't like it.
Then you liked it.
Yeah.
The thing with Infinity Nikki is it's very chill until it isn't. Because the Nikki games are very known for having these surprisingly dark storylines in them. Like, it's all cutesy and fun and flowers and bows, and then suddenly a girl tries to set her sister on fire and burn her alive.
Ooh.
Welcome to Nikki. It's the series is actually really good, but I joke about this before. Oh yeah, Ronan fired off my hubris command for you, James. But there's actually a quiz out there, and I've talked about it on here before. It's actually on my YouTube archives because it was so funny. It's called Dark Souls or Love Nikki. And it is item descriptions, and you have to guess, is the item description from Dark Souls or is it from Love Nikki? And you would be surprised at how hard it is to guess which one.
I think you got like 10%.
I think it was like 50 to 60. It was enough to and it was enough to be like, well, if you hear such and such, there's like one of the Dark Souls characters, you'd think they were part of the Rose Alliance or something. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. Darth Knight says it sounds like Madoka stuff. Yes. I would say it's definitely cut from the same cloth in a way. I only got one right when I watched the VOD to play along. But Infinity Nikki is basically, so Paper Games is now Infold. Infold is a company underneath the full Paper Games umbrella. It's basically their arm to do international releases, like full global releases. And Infold is basically, this is their first non-mobile title. Infinity Nikki is. It is going to be PC, PS5, and it's also on mobile. And they basically poached the game director for Breath of the Wild from Nintendo to come over to them.
Huh.
So this is a dress-up game that is open world and you can really feel his influence in the game. It's like it's even basically got shrines in it, like Breath of the Wild had. It's actually an incredibly cool game. It is going to have a gacha element, I can tell you that, but I can also tell you the gacha element is not needed to play the game, which is actually really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say something. It's like I'm sure those games are great, and and if you like them, that's fine.
Yep.
I put about like 25, 30 hours into Honkai Star Rail, and I enjoyed what I played. But every single time I saw something that reminded me that it was a free-to-play gacha game, it just made me feel terrible inside. I just can't with games like that.
Yeah, no, I fully get it. Don't worry. I fully understand that. Dr. P saying you can also pet everything. Ronan saying gacha games are too high maintenance for me to play. Tell me about it. I am neck deep in Shiny Nikki right now. Shiny Nikki is the mobile one. And it is, I have to keep up with association. I have to keep up with the PvP because there is PvP in a fashion game.
Serious.
I guess speaking of PvP in mobile games, unfortunately, I've been getting pretty addicted to Pokemon TCG Pocket and terrorizing people with the Venusaur EX decks.
I've been seeing that on your Blue Sky.
It is so funny. There's been multiple Charizard EX decks that I've beaten with a Venusaur EX deck, and I just know whenever I do that the person on the other end is just like, I need to go.
Eunice says Honkai is the only gacha I stuck with, but I do sometimes just do dailies and move on. Yes, that's often me with Shining Nikki. Sometimes in the middle of the week, I can just sit down, I punch out my dailies, and I close the game, and I don't look at it for another 24 hours. The only one I'm in deep in is Project Sekai. I can't keep up with more than one gacha. I actually did back when at the height of the pandemic when I was on furlough. I actually did Wednesday afternoon Hiro Kantari streams, and because I was like, I can't work for my job, but I can still raise money somehow on that day off. So I did that, and that was a lot of fun. And I think Hiro Kantare and its collapse was actually one of the saddest collapses to me. And then there was also the fall of Dissidia Opera Omnia. Opera Omnia, in my opinion, is probably one of the single most fair mobile games I ever played. I'm definitely all in with gacha, but I try to stick to free to play and sometimes I give in. Yeah. Magneto says, I noped out of Millennium War Aegis some time ago. Tried to get in yesterday to see what's up, and the store app won't even let me in. Japan region lock, apparently. Ugh. They should release an offline single player version of Opera Omnia. I know that they wanted to, but I think Nomura said that they didn't have the manpower.
Well, that's why you set your VPN to Japan and then just open the app.
I know that Nomura said that it would have been too much manpower that they didn't have available for a single player version of Opera Omnia, which is really sad. But I do appreciate that they actually turned around and took all the plot scenes of the game and posted them online. I also know so that you can actually see the whole story on YouTube these days now, which is really nice.
Was that Square that did that? Because I know that I had a buddy of mine, Hat Talk, that basically like cataloged it himself.
It was Square behind it, but it was Koei Tecmo behind it. That was the main developer on it.
No, I mean, like uploading all the stuff on YouTube.
I don't know. I actually don't know who was behind it.
Yeah, because I know someone that did that. I just don't think it was Square in that case.
Let's see, because more people should experience that, because even if we get another Dissidia game, we will never have another game like Opera Omnia. Opera Omnia was fan-fucking-tastic. They did a really great job because they really wanted to showcase a bunch of characters that didn't get spotlights in games like in the other Dissidia games. And that was really, really, really cool. There's it's just a neat game altogether. Let's see. Begins the long and patient wait for the next hints of what Falcom are planning with the Trails series. We will probably get our hints because I think the next thing is going to be Sky the First.
Yeah, which, reminder chat, that is a game that officially is going to be day and date worldwide. And that's not just them saying it. When they first revealed it, they had English screenshots ready using the Xseed script. So that's going to happen.
So I'm excited to see where that goes with it. Oh,
I think considering some of the production values and like cutscenes and Kai, and how good Sky the First looks, it's going to trick a lot of people that aren't already familiar with Trails and Falcom into thinking Falcom is a bigger company than they are.
Sky
It
Remake
does
is
look that
clearly
way.
Eva rebuild of Trails. Clive, what about me? Oh my gosh, yeah. I just remembered something that I got to mark down for my ongoing games, probably ongoing next year. I want y'all to know I didn't get to play it as much as I really wanted to, but I had a fucking time of my life with that playtest program for the Switch.
I've heard good things about that. Yeah.
I fucking loved it. It was so much fun. So that will be something I will come back to. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be just their 150% their jam. So I had to mark that down here because, of course. I also did say that I was thinking about maybe, depending on when the Switch 2 is, I might wait on Daybreak 2 for it. I talked about that, I think, on my stream yesterday because my Switch, taking screenshots of Daybreak on my Switch was a trial. It hated it. I mean, nothing against you guys. The work on it is fantastic for that Nisa did with it.
Daybreak was internal port by Falcom.
Oh, was that Falcom's? Okay, that's right. That's right. Thank you. Wasn't Falcom caught off guard by the Sky the First? I think from what I heard is that the Sky the First being in the English Direct was not planned. James might be able to correct me on that, though.
I don't know how much I believe that, considering there was English screenshots ready.
Yeah.
The one thing that is true is that I still don't know what the hell is up with that, because my thought is with Trolls and Sky the First is that whatever company they work with is only going to be for distribution.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason they can't just
there we go. It was
it.
planned. I think Kondo didn't know the exact timing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. But anyways, it's like, again, like, we don't know a lot about Trolls in the Sky the First yet.
Right.
One thing we do know is that Falcom is handling the localization themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Which, considering some comments that Kondo's made in the last couple of weeks, maybe a bit concerning for the future, but hopefully that's not a problem. Hopefully.
I think we will probably have a bit more of a hint next week with the end of year financial report.
Yeah.
Fans asking they are or just outsourced. Well, I mean, I do know this. Is the case with Origin, that I think what it was is that the script translated is still owned by Falcom. So even if XC translated it, I think it's that Falcom owns the script. I think that's what happened with how Origin was released by .emu.
So I talked with this isn't anything that really needs to be off the record. I talked with Alan at Nisa during Tokyo Game Show, and I asked him outright, because I mentioned that Aquaplus had the Utsuwaru Mono games on Switch at the show.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, are you guys thinking about licensing that? And they were like, I didn't even know they were coming to Switch, because they announced it the same day that they had it playable at the show. So I mentioned that. It's like, I'm not sure, because usually you have to buy the script. And I was like, really? Because for Utsuwaru Mono, Shirabun they used your guys' script as a base when they edited the PC version. And same for the Atlas scripts for Mask of Deception and Mask of Truth. And then for Falcom, we have that historical precedent where it's maybe that's normally the case, but it seems like there's some exceptions where the parent company owns the script, like with Trolls in the Sky the First. So I don't know.
Mario says Rebos is right, because the rumor mill was that the direct was supposed to be in September, but it was pushed forward to August. That's probably why Kondo was a bit surprised. Okay, that makes sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I would take I would take Nintendo like rumors with a grain of salt, because there's that whole rumor where it's like, oh, Switch 2 was going to be this year and then was delayed to March next year. And I spoke with someone at Summer Game Fest who would absolutely know, who said no, like several years ago, internally Nintendo was planning marketing around a March 2025 release.
Mm-hmm. Okay, actually, if that's what they're planning with it, that's even better. That leans me more.
It might have been delayed past that.
Yeah. Let's see here. One concern / question I have is, does Falcom even have the current version of the English Sky script, or is it only possible they have the old PSP version of the script? They probably have the current version. I wouldn't be surprised if they did have the current version. Actually, Switch 2 is supposed to release yesterday, and today is the year-end reset for it. Mario's asking, do you want Zane?
Billy Zane?
Y'all. I just, every time I talk about it, I have to bring up the fucking Udon book for Trails.
Oh God, no! Why?
It's so bad.
Oh my God, I completely forgot about this.
Yeah.
Alien Road.
Alien Road, the special support factory.
The Zex Vandal?
Yep.
And like one page
Dip
later,
Flow.
differently.
Clam Dip Flow is easily the most memeable shit ever.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Gilius Osborne.
Although I do like I don't remember exactly what it was now, but it was like Joshua's description of something like the Black Wings of Vengeance. I'm like, you can't even spot the brackets that say this is a proper name right here.
Dr. P just said it might not be Udon, but and posted screenshots from the Northern War.
Oh God, yes.
This
is the future Falcord wants. No, this is the future that apparently Kondo wants.
Yeah.
I am still very concerned that when I asked, like, deliberately, hey, so what are you training this on at a TGS? They're like, oh, we have a website that we use as training data. So it's like, so Trails in the database? Oh no.
Oh boy. Let's see. Sniff has memed it. Trails of Blue. Oh man.
Hoo boy.
Hoo boy indeed. But
if you want to completely destroy the quality of this writing, train it on Falcord.
Oh God. Maybe it's www.vaguestrats.org.
All the dialogue is now about abyss worms and getting to level 90, grinding to level 99.
Man.
And New Game Plus 3 times.
Man, the more I think about it, if we really are waiting 2 fucking years for the next Trails game, this is going to be a golden age for Crackno Kiseki.
You know what? I'm 100% in agreement with that, because if we end up waiting 2 years, that means the English fandom will be current as well.
Yeah.
So we will get to have, it's just like, that's one of the reasons why I'm actually going through and doing this big push on here. There are a lot of French players of East 10, shockingly. Wow.
I mean, it is set in part of not France. So...
Yeah. Super direct translation. That doesn't flow well. Awesome. Pretty much. All right. I need to go through. It's like, I'll pull this up. Hang on. Oh no, you're going to see all my stuff here. Oh no, I've started up a board for Akashic Records. I'm trying that again. This is the Kiseki crack stuff, since I had that site up. I think I've mostly resolved the timeline of the login situation. I need to go in and actually build out the new account system. So once that's done, I will open it up for people to be able to verify accounts again. I'm making a custom login page for it. I am changing the headers to be with a new system for them. What if Kai 2 is the first worldwide Trails release of a new game? Man, wouldn't that be a fucking thing? French fans are dedicated. Witch on the Holy Night wasn't put in English for 10 to 11 years. Meanwhile, French fans finished a fan translation, I believe, 2 years after it released in Japan. Raibo said it would be fun. That would be crazy.
I would like to hope that even if like Kai 2 doesn't come out next year, that the script will be done.
Yeah. That would be really cool. It would be interesting if we have Falcom changing their workflow to be able to lead into this too.
Yeah.
But I actually kind of want to do some stuff to the Kiseki crack page to lean it into a little bit more like the Daybreak, the styling of things. So you might start seeing that kind of design work done. Changing their clam dip workflow. Wow, Dr. P. I'm sure they have a team working on it, even while a lot of staff are on Tokyo Xanadu too. Yeah, I mean, God knows things have changed, but we'll still see on Falcom. Yep.
I feel like it's worth noting. Falcom is literally the only company left that has such big gaps between their localizations. Aqua Plus does day and date releases. Monochrome Mobius was day and date in English, and probably the sequel is going to be the same thing. Atlas is day and date in English. Vanillaware is day and date in English. Falcom is literally the only one left. And I know that's true because even NIS is day and date in English now with Phantom Brave 2 coming up. So you know the problem's not on Nisa's end.
Yep. I think a big thing is that to be fair, Falcom is one of the few releasing a new game every year. Gust. Don't whelp then. Fans pointing out Gust is Koei Tecmo. I mean, still, Gust is still.
Sometimes they release several games a year.
Yep. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I think. So this is what I would think. I think if we hear something about that, this is how I expect things to run. We're going to hear an overview of what's expected for 2025 next week with the financial report. Because Falcom, I'll show you last year's real quick. When Falcom does their financial report, they release two files. They release the report and then they release the Setsume file.
Yeah.
And the Setsume is like usually a PowerPoint, like a PowerPoint slide of just like a quick, here, these are the highlights of it.
I remember it was actually through that where, first off, I love how like Falcom's been saying, oh, we're not sure if we're going to do like remakes of the other two Trails in the Sky games unless this does well. When it's like, we've had that three remakes or three like new versions of existing titles like for years at this point. They have been on the roadmap for years. That is obvious. The Sky trilogy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day when I was first saying like, and especially when he said, "Oh, we want to have." First, it was like, "Oh, we want to have all of all the Trails games on Switch," and Trails in the Sky hadn't been on Switch yet. And then he also mentioned, "Oh, we want to bring Trails in the Sky to new platform, like modern platforms." It's like it's funny how people are like, "Oh, he just says things." It's like, yes, Kondo says things, but when he's super specific like that, and instead of saying. Like, obviously, I was right in the end. Yeah.
I mean, like, it makes no sense on any level to not do SC and third when the entire point is, let's bring this to new audiences, new platforms.
Yeah.
You can't say, here's the first game. Oh, and by the way, you got to get a, play on PC or, like, find a working PSP.
Rishi, Rishi, I also completely agree. I feel like the only reason they haven't done cross-bell yet, even though they basically have all the assets done after Hajimari, or sorry, Reverie. I played it in Japanese, so I keep.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, it's like they have basically 95 of the assets done for like if they wanted to do crossbell. The only reason they haven't done it yet is because they wanted to get it out quicker, so they did the remasters, which
Except for downtown.
Oh yes.
No, just I don't think they. I think they didn't because fire sucks. Let me. I'm just going to do a quick run through. So this is what the financial report generally looks like. If you guys ever wondered about how it took me so fucking long to translate these when I did them for Endless History, here's why. This is 22 pages.
also, if you think translating Japanese is hard, imagine when you have to translate all this technical financial jargon.
Yeah, and for somebody who's not a very good person with finances, so I oftentimes ended up leaning on Sniff, who's actually really good with that. He's got a partially completed degree in accounting, so I constantly leaned heavily on him to get help to make sure I'm using the right terms, I'm understanding the concepts and stuff, because financial jargon is a whole new language in of itself. So getting that with Japanese is just like, what am I looking at? So this is the primary sheet. Then the Setsume. This is last year's. Like I said, it is a how can I read this but still not understand it? So like you have a quick breakdown of what the numbers were. This is primary titles of 2023.
Actually, if you scroll up a bit, there was that like one bit of text about Switch titles that I was going crazy about like this time last
Which one
year.
is it?
Was go up a bit more.
On the
yeah.
Yeah, and it's like you have to be there is no between the lines in this. Oh, they're all over the place in this.
Yeah.
So
I actually think it was closer to bottom where they explicitly said that they wanted to release like 3 Switch titles.
Yeah, I think this was the one that said that. So this is all their primary titles for the year. And they explain like, so Trails to Azure on PS4, Switch, and Steam. Nayuda, PS4, Switch, and Steam.
Specifically mentioning that for Nayuda, that's the English version.
Yep. These are, then these are primary topics. This is basically how comparisons between years. There you go.
Yep.
So,
in addition to
2 other titles.
Trails or Daybreak, they wanted to do 2 other titles. Did they manage to hit that? Because Memoir was last year,
yeah,
and they did Crimson Sin. So I don't think, unless they counted East 10's English, I don't think they would have counted that though.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, because they said it in like they meant in Japan, so it's like you know what? They probably intended Kai to be day and date on Switch.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Their new game engine, Ribo says, their new game engine is great. Send us more games of that engine, please. They made the right call to go with their own engine. I feel like something that I've said, and I've said this about when I worked at Fossil as well. Sometimes it's great to have to go with something that's already made, like with Unreal Engine and so forth. But at the same time, if there's something that works specifically with your workflow and you have the ability to make that, go for it. And I think when they started building their own engine, they had kind of this vision that they wanted to do. And the process of making Unreal Engine do what they wanted out of it was probably going to be more work than creating something that was bespoke to their own system, to their own needs.
Yeah, I remember when they first had that thing where it's like, oh, our younger staff wants us to use Unreal, but the older staff wants us to make like a new engine. Like, and I feel like a lot of people had a similar viewpoint that I did, where it was like kind of really negative when that first happened. But at this point, it was 100% the right call.
Yeah, right. That's correct. By making your own engine means no endless bug holes that are dumb and annoying. Even PH3 complained about those kind of things because they showed up as obscure driver issues. When one of the things we ran into a lot with Fossil is, so we have Fossil runs on a pretty what's the term? Customized version of Salesforce. And that was a whole trial to learn that. And what we've started doing is when I was let go, they were in the process of starting to do third-party programs in on it. And these third-party programs have a ton of issues and they're expensive. And like I found out one of them is a pop-up modal that annoyed the ever-living shit out of us when we were working on the site because it would always pop up when we were trying to work on stuff. Apparently there's no way to filter our own hits away from actual legitimate hits from that modal. So we were impacting our own metrics by doing tests on our site. And they just didn't know how to deal with that. And the thing is that we don't have the ability to modify these third-party tools to fit into this customized Salesforce. So when you do something like that, you start running into compatibility issues like the driver issues that Ribos was talking about. And it's just crazy. So I fully get their intention of it from basically the start. Daybreak Switchport has issues, but it's light and day compared to any Fire ports. Fire Engine was just...
Yeah, and Fruit Punch Ronan talking about, but TAA and Kai, though. I'm going to tell you right now 100% the reason why they added in TAA is they want to be able to use like DLSS on the Switch, too.
Oh, that makes sense.
At that point, I will no longer be buying Falcom games on PS5 because with DLSS on Switch 2, it's going to look about the same anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, talking about
that in PSSR. I don't think Kai even supports the PS5 Pro. They should patch it to support it because, fun fact, Floofy, did you know that Kai technically has a performance and a resolution mode?
Yes, it does. I was playing with that yesterday.
There is no reason to go to the resolution mode. Yeah, it's native 4K, but the performance and there's like no motion blur.
Oh my god, the performance is just it chugs so hard when you go into it. And I was like, I was talking about it. I mean, I could pull it up right now. Hold on. Because like I said, I was prepared to be able to turn on my PS5 if I had to.
Yeah.
Here. I think I stream on high enough resolution that you guys should be able to see the difference. Kai should be enabled for PS5 Pro, but I don't believe there is PSSR. That's a lot more than TAA. I marathon Sin 1 to 4 on Switch once. When I played CS2, the CLE version just jumped randomly from 30 to 60 FPS at Twin Dragons. But when I closed the game, it went back down to 30, and I was like, huh? Oh my god, my PS5 is so noisy.
If there's one thing completely random that I really, really hope Falcom does, I've been taunted. I have been, like, depressed even ever since I saw that one Q&A answer where Kondo was like, yeah, we almost did a PC version of East 10 day and date with the Switch and PlayStation versions. I was like, hiss. Literally, there's two reasons I own a PS5. Square Enix, which they said they're stopping that bullshit, and Falcom.
Why am I doing that? Okay. I have... Cool. There we go. Just hanging out in the garden on this one, on my autosave.
So is the Switch East Sophin Felgana port in English or no? It will be soon.
All right. So I'm currently on performance mode. We'll run around. I'm not actually going to go fight anything. I'm just going to... Just enough just to show movement, camera speed, etc., etc. Who am I kidding? We're just going to start making the run back because... Alright, so... If I were to go to... It's crazy how much this tanks.
It's like 30 FPS with the frame pacing not being great, and obviously the stream isn't helping much.
No, but, it's probably not. But, I mean, I feel like it's high enough to at least help to see the differences.
And I think the main thing with the resolution mode that really confuses me is there's no motion blur, which the motion blur would help a bit. Which is funny because I played through all of fucking Kuro in 30 FPS and I was fine with it there, but for whatever reason, the 30 FPS in Kai does not feel good.
Yep.
And anyways, like, there's no reason to do the resolution mode anyways. Like, the resolution performance mode is still high enough that from a normal, like viewing distance, you're not going to notice.
Yeah, oh god, yeah. I'm not convinced Falcom would add upscaling tech on a Switch 2 version unless it was intrinsic to Switch 2's side. That doesn't surprise me, actually.
I'm half convinced that the whole reason that CLE managed to get FSR, DLSS, and XESS in their version of East 10 on PC is because they probably got a newer version of the engine from Falcom because they added in the motion vectors and whatnot to the engine with Kai.
That wouldn't surprise me, actually. That makes a lot of sense. I'm going to say no from Ribos. Falcom would need to do native Switch 2 ports for it to happen. And then their version got taken down.
No. That was after the version got put back up when they basically rebuilt it from scratch.
And I'm just sitting here looking at stuff on this to get more ideas with what I'm planning to do with Kiseki Crack with my updates. Because just... I fucking love this UI so much. I love the UI stuff that they've started doing since Daybreak. Let's see here. All right. I think we're at a spot to call it. I should... my weird-ass party setup from before that caused the... Hang on. I gotta remember how I had everyone built for this. And then we'll call it on that. Where's Van? I just passed him. There you are. I was like, Shizuna's not too far away from there either. That was my weird party built. Like, my party set up in the menu. Hang on. Right there. Where... No, I think it was with them switched. Hang on. No, it was... So when this got pointed out, is it looks like Aaron is grabbing Kevin's belt, Kevin is grabbing Van's ass, and Shizuna's about to grab his ass. That got called
She would.
Yeah, she would. This got called out on my stream, and I can't ever unsee it. With
especially the final Connect event in this game where she's just like, shit, I think I'm into you.
Was all this music from the gacha or was it from the DLC? I did get the DLC, so there's probably some DLC music in this. It's like I'm not the only one who can't unsee this now, I bet. Just the end. I feel like I can get away with posting that at just this quadrant, the center quadrant, no UI or anything. Just post that on Blue Sky and be like, so you can't unsee this now, I bet. Mario says, thanks, I hate it. You're welcome. Why?
Payback for all the shit that we give her, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think with that said, I'm going to have to call it because I'm hitting the wall now. So, this has been a lot of fun. What I can do is, like I said, I can I sent Yotes, I sent you and James a message earlier that if you guys make Millinode accounts, I will give you both edit access to that board, and we could just keep adding shit to it. And then I can just make it to, then I can make it to where people can basically look and add comments and stuff on my Discord. So that can be a thing there. Darth Knight says, I think we've all hit the major points we needed for this discussion. I think there's more, but I think Kai has just opened the door for us to look at a lot of shit. I can't wait for the third stream because I'm just going to straight up say the third stream is going to have Kai spoilers. Because I feel like when I get to that again, I'm just going to be like, that's going to be the same with any other East game I do after on stream nowadays too. It's going to be spoilers up to East 10. That's a little easier for people to stomach, though, sadly. But I'd have done it. The culprit, Lloyd Bannings, we could have known. We're going to talk Kai in third, probably. So these are going to be called Pleroma Pill Theories. Oh my god. Why? Why?
So, Floofy,
So, Yotes.
I have one thing that's like you just contemplate, as you try to sleep tonight.
Oh no, what?
So Fire put this idea in my head when she was talking about stuff she's been doing. I just want you to contemplate with, T-phones and all this stuff. In Zemuria, there possibility exists of Taco Man Rule 34.
No. Please no. Please no. That's... Oh my god. Mario! Are we bringing back the skin milk again? Because I'm just going to make it worse. But Taco Man X Taco. Oh my god. What if it does? No, we're just stopping there. So I want to give thanks to Yotaka and James for being here. If you guys want to give shout outs for how people can find you guys online or anything if you want.
Well, thanks for having us, and let's see. Nope, you can find me on Floofy's Discord.
Perfect.
I'm Yotaka. I have a YouTube channel that hasn't been updated in ages.
James?
You can find me on Blue Sky at The Sweets, and you can also find my writing at RPG Site and several other outlets whenever I do freelance stuff. I have a Twitch channel. I will stream on it again eventually when there's not MMOs and RPGs to play, so probably sometime next year.
That is a mood. Robo says, all right, okay, Ulrika, see you next time. That topping is not sour cream. Dr. P! What the fuck? Oh my god! Why? Okay. Thank you guys very much. Have a wonderful night. Thank you. Yotes, thank you on that. Wait, who's James is the one that's been in here. He's the sweet. Oh my god, no it doesn't. No it doesn't, Darth Knight. Check out my Twitter account at OMGFloofy. My YouTube channel is youtube.com/FloofyGaming. I'm OMGFloofy on Blue Sky. OMGFloofy on TikTok and Floofy.gaming on Instagram. God, I can get this right. Intelligent and articulate, like I said. I'm sure the taco girl will kill me in my sleep for... Yeah, she would. She would. Have a good night, guys. I will see y'all Monday night. Bye!